My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. The Ontario International, well, the City of Ontario, because the entity is maintaining planes that are not taking off from the airport. Neither are the planes flying over me at G Street and Fern. They're not taking off, going to a destination, gang stalking. The airport's engaged in surveillance and uses planes systematically that are engaging in what is ongoing pacing around me. I use that phrasing with regard to what planes and airports are typically used for, and what they're supposed to be doing are engaging in flights to destinations, not engaging in what is gang stalking, flying in the sky space, hovering all throughout the city, keeping someone under surveillance, and engaging in psychological torture using airplanes to do so, and engineer light monitoring with planes. The government and the airport, the people of the state, are engaged in a pattern of conduct where that's underway. And that's still occurring while I am remaining at the same TABOR professional building. And it is 1:07 a.m. The entity maintaining an ongoing storm of plane engines over me while I am being monitored, even in my sleep state, like I documented early this morning. Well, they would be yesterday morning now. And at 5 in the morning, the entity is monitoring in the sleep. All right. So based on what I'm dreaming about, and waking me up while I'm in that dream in order to monitor. And it's also harassment. The entity is very fearful of, especially me, while I'm exposing what the demon possessed do, and fearful of whatever it is that they think that you're going to acquire while you're in that sleep, getting information, accessing whatever it is that these demons are fearful of. They're scared of Christ Jesus. That's the reality. And unfortunately, they're imprudent with that because they have enough to know, but they are still engaging what is targeting me, and there's a price to pay for that. And that's what you're going to be witnessing. But nonetheless, the entity is maintaining plane activity over here, a storm of planes, which is amplified audible activity while I am in the sleep state. Never mind the fact that I'm sleeping outside. This is due to the unlawful eviction that the Ontario Police and Tracy Banks gang stalking me committed, and they're doing it under the false impression that it's going to create the illusion of mental illness, and it's not. They're going to prison. They're going to prison for kidnapping, and they're going to prison for gang stalking in furtherance of theft of property, while Tracy Banks maintains a criminally procured through conservatorship, a secret conservatorship, where the entity that engages in what is manufacturing mental illness oppresses American citizens and then claims that they're mentally ill, and that's why they're oppressed. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison for that. While I am sleeping outside in the Ontario International Airport, the city of Ontario's gang stalking, the entity is engaging in what is maintaining plane activity, heavy plane activity, right here where I'm at the TABOR Professional Building at 1 o'clock in the morning, pursuant to obsession over me. And this is literally unprecedented, not only the criminal conduct, but all of the implications. You have a population of people that are demon-possessed, and they are altogether obsessed with me. They're stalking me, and they're stalking me 24 hours a day. They're even obsessed with where it is that I'm sleeping. Remember, I'm sleeping outside, and the government is stalking me. It's not based on my socioeconomic status. It's who I am, and who the demon-possessed are obsessed with who I am, and that is spiritually, as I am a child of God, as a follower of Christ Jesus, Holy Spirit filled, which is distinct from these demon-possessed people who are engaging in criminal conduct that they're going to be prosecuted for. But it is a testimony regarding their obsession with me, okay? Being obsessed as a population with one person, that says a lot about them. I don't find it to be a compliment, but this is evidence, which is also unprecedented, that a whole government body, a whole population of people, they even bring their kids around to stalk me. That's how obsessed they are with me. It is currently 1:10 a.m. where the entity is stalking with commercial planes at G Street, and I'm nearest the intersection is Fern, in between Euclid and Vine, where I'm also documenting the fake sun. Okay, so that's an indicator. I'm not making up anything, and all the documentation is supporting that. So the entity is engaged in P.O.C. at the state hour. P.O.C. It is currently 2:30 a.m. on June 20th, 2025, and the entity that is aware of the heavy documentation showing that the airport is targeting by evidence of hovering over 325 West G Street, Woodside Senior Apartments. The entity is gang stalking by the Ontario International Airport, and at 2:30 a.m. the entity is engaging in what is amplifying plane activity, and the moment that I reach for my phone, changes its mind and stops sounding that plane activity. The people of the state that are gang stalking with the city of Ontario pace by. That's what you'll see in images of walking at 2:30 in the morning, crossing path in engineered light. And what you heard in the background is the entity maintaining activity in order to monitor me, but just removing the plane engines. And that is based on knowledge of my reaching for my phone to record what you've already seen multiple videos of overnight. The Ontario International Airport gang stalking by planes. And what I've already narrated about what's going on, and my credibility already establishing that I don't make up police departments stalking me in helicopters. I don't make up light flying in the air out of nowhere. I don't make up the sun remaining over buildings that I'm inside of for 10 to 12 hours. I don't make up any part of the pattern of conduct, and the entity is engaging in gang stalking by plane engines like I already documented, and the entity ceases engaging what is sounding plane engines as I reach into my pocket to record the thunderous plane engines that began sounding as I am sleeping. And the demon-possessed are monitoring, keeping another demon right here in front of me on the sidewalk to walk by, while then the entity engages in criminal summoning. This is demonic, and the entity, everything that the entity is doing is about me. The demons that are sounding sirens are the same ones that are going to be removed from existing altogether. The demons of AMR, the demons of the Ontario Fire Department, the demons of the Ontario Police Department. Engaging, that is the city of Ontario, engaging in what is late night monitoring stalking of a woman. This is an engineered light, and engineer light is moving all across the building. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes, and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. Hold on. That's a demon. That's a demon. All right, and the entity is doing so while a stalker is remaining on the sidewalk right here. This is 2:30 in the morning, and the demon was already here while I'm documenting on podcast, sounding sirens as this demon walks by. And this is where the entity sounding plane activity and stops sounding plane activity the moment that I reach in my pocket to get my phone to document the fact that at 2:30 a.m., the entity is monitoring me with the Ontario International Airport plane engines, and that's a raging psychopath. That's a demon-possessed person of the Ontario Police Department that is being disbanded because of the severe mental illness that entire department has been closeting while they're engaging in what is criminal activity that is relevant to the demon possession that they are all concealing. It's not concealed anymore. Their criminal activity is revealing it, and the demonic environment and the demonic behavior that they practice, such as crossing path in the engineered light in concert with the demon possessed that are in that same exact specific environment, and the environment where the entity is engaging in what is deviating from the operations of a legitimate airport, stalking at 325 West G Street, 320 West G Street, where the people of the state are gang stalking in the specific environment where you see the shadow of the vehicle that's driving by behind the street. That's demonic. That was a demon. Ontario Police Department is being disbanded for the demon possession that I am exposing to the world because it's inspiring the criminal activity of federal group stalking and monitoring, gang stalking, which is demonic activity. And this light activity is directly relevant to the demon possession that you just witnessed by the Ontario Police Department. Stalking in very close proximity. While I'm recording on my podcast, that demon did not drive from a far distance. They're engaging in surveillance while the entity is maintaining plane activity right here. With every move that I make right here while I'm sleeping, stalking a woman that's sleeping outside. Okay? It's not about the fact that I'm not sleeping on the inside in a mansion. It's the fact that they're demons and they know who I am. And they also are engaging in gang stalking in that same specific environment. The entity sounding plane engines, monitoring me. That's why they stopped sounding engines the moment I reach in my pocket to start recording that evidence that's disbanding that police department and shutting down that airport that's engaged in domestic terrorism. And then the entity begins in what is criminal summoning while that demon on a walker paces by, maintaining activity creation around me, coming out of nowhere, stalking in the path, like I stated, the demon-possessed do the moment that I engage in movement. Stop sounding plane engines because they don't want that recorded at 2:30 in the morning. The demons resume criminal summoning and do it at the same time that a demon arrives out of nowhere walking by me. You'll see that taken in the pictures. As I'm recording that documentation, this demon, that psychopath, is going down a residential street and there's no emergency. The entity sounds sirens with regard to criminal summoning, and the entity is crossing path in the specific environment under the fake moon. This is where the fake sun is in the morning. This is the same G Street. This is where the fake moon is in the morning. And the entity is doing so, and the Ontario Police Department are gang stalking, and they're exhibiting their demon possession. And the evidence of gang stalking is the exposure of demon possession by that police department that is being disbanded. Okay? This is P.O.C. Now, this is what the entity was doing at 2:29 a.m. Okay, where the entity is sounding plane engines at my every minor, most minute movement, and they're doing it in engineered light. Now, these are the psychopaths that are proving that they're stalking in planes and in police vehicles. and the entity engages in what is obviously unlawful conduct in order to rebut whatever it is that I just stated. But guess what? There are no planes from Terminal 2 and Terminal 4 taking off that would be competing with the sound of my voice, that will be taking off at 320 West G Street, or 325 West G Street, that would engage in any sort of hovering, any sort of low flight over these houses as though the airport is right here at Euclid and they're taking off right here, because that's what they're doing when they're taking off from the airport. Now, because the entity does not want plane engines recorded, that's exactly what they decided not to sound and resumed with sirens. Now, because the psychopaths are engaged in focusing on trying to make it look like I'm not making up anything, and it will never be planes taking off at 325 West G Street. Taking off, sounding plane activity at 325 West G Street is the same conduct, which is immediately suspect, because there are no planes that are taking off over Woodside Senior Apartments like I've already documented. There's no planes taking off over the 7-Eleven at 66 North Vine Avenue like I've already documented. There are no planes taking off over the Laurelwood Apartments like the entity is hovering over and then rising in elevation right here over me, where planes are not taking off from the airport. And that's obvious. Doing it while I'm recording is audible activity creation, while the demons of the Ontario Police are hiding around the corner, monitoring to that obviously incriminating activity creation, because the demon possessed are gang stalking. And that is the Ontario Police that you just saw, a raging maniac crossing path with all the lights on the vehicle. That's a demon stalking in the path with light activity that's using a police vehicle to engage in monitoring. And those are the sex offenders with the people of the state that stalk in bathrooms while they're obsessed with my vagina. They are obsessed with the vagina of the targeted individual, and they're obsessed with everything that I'm doing. This is why they're stalking me while I'm outside, and they are doing it in the specific environment. And while you're hearing plane engines that have nothing to do with taking off from an airport, because the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking, do not forget that you saw the shadow of the vehicle that's at a distance in the street, which is impossible light activity. Don't forget that you see 3 shadows in front of me on the ground right here while you're listening to those plane engines, and you listen to a demon sounding sirens on a police vehicle while they're engaging in surveillance overnight. Don't forget about all of those relevant facts regarding the environment, and that which is not the natural environment either, because I've already shown you the fake sun remaining over me within 0.4 miles, not going beyond the Starbucks and the OVITT Family Community Library on one street. Euclid Avenue runs north and south. The entity did not move anywhere in the direction west with the fake sun, and this is where the fake sun remains over me, and this is where the fake moon is, where the demon possessed are engaged in focusing on me, stalking me, monitoring me, and the Ontario Police are filled with demons who are demonstrating it. That was criminal summoning in the engineered environment where the airport is stalking with planes over the residential houses at Fern and G Street, in the specific environment where my shadows and the shadows of vehicles are appearing on the walls behind me, where the demon-possessed people of the state have already shown what they are. They're monitoring. That's P.O.C. The Ontario Police's demon possession is being widely exposed because it's relevant to criminal monitoring, the conduct that they're engaging in, which is unconstitutional. And it's also mentally ill behavior. And this is why they're being removed from law enforcement, not just going to federal prison, not just being removed from the police department, the Ontario Police that's being disbanded. They're done with law enforcement altogether. They are a national security threat. At 2 a.m, stalking a woman, and they're not just stalking any average woman. I'm exposing their secret mental illness. It's not a secret anymore, the fact that they're all demons. And it's also not a secret, the fact that they're criminals engaging in what is stalking together, unprecedented stalking by the government. They're also violent sex offenders inherent to that pattern of conduct. And they're speeding down residential streets at 2 a.m. to monitor me. As I documented, not just monitoring me, but monitoring me while I documented to put it on the internet. And then the demon possessed sit around pacing around me all day in the library and at the Starbucks while I upload it, and they try to engage in federal stalking to stop it. This is the psychopaths engaging in the same satanic cycle under the fake sun and at night under the fake moon on a daily basis. And the airport is adding evidence there is never any takeoffs, any loud plane activity that's going to be over 325 West G Street. And there are never any lights that are going to create a group of shadows around you. This is the environment where the Ontario Police Department's demon possession is proven. And that demon possession is relevant to the truth of everything that I'm speaking. I just want you to see my shadow appearing on this sign over here, where you're looking at a demon stalking in the path while impossible light appears on the wall. They're all stalking. They're all stalking, and that demon possession is shared by the Ontario Police Department. The Ontario police are demonstrating their demon possession. Those demons are driving police vehicles, and they're being yanked out of all of them. And the two that you saw under the fake sun at 11:08 a.m. on June 19, 2025, those two demons are going to prison. Corey Watson's going to federal prison. Nathan Morgan's going to federal prison. L. Martinez, C. Torres, and B. Hook are all going to federal prison. And those are demons that pose a threat to the public, engaging in criminal activity and engaged in committing a kidnapping. Where you see how far this is impossible light activity. And this is where the entity is stalking with planes and stalking by the Ontario Police Department. Where my shadow's appearing at that distance over on the right turn only sign. That's P.O.C. This is the fake moon. And this is the Ontario International Airport gang stalking me as I walk north from the library, stalking at C Street, stalking at D Street, stalking at E Street, and this is G Street. All right, and all you have to do is engage in documentation because the stalkers cannot conceal the fact that they're stalking. They can't conceal that. There are no planes that are taking off over 325 West G Street. Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, Frontier Airlines, Spirit Airlines, United Airlines. The entity that's engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, they're taking off from Terminals 2 and Terminal 4. The entity is flying over 4 miles and that is at a hovering distance, because when you're taking off from the airport on a plane, you are making a sharp incline up into the sky space, taking off, and that takes that's about 90 seconds when you are rising high in elevation from the airport, and there's only 2 terminals. So you are flying north over 4 miles, northwest from the airport to then hover over the property where I'm at to then engage in what is rising in elevation here, because that's supposed to be the explanation for the plane engines that you hear. Plane engines that would only be heard around the airport where they're taking off and will not be heard perpetually throughout the city, and will not be a competition with my voice as I use my phone, will not create loud, roaring, amplified plane activity like you're hearing now, but it's happening in this environment where it's achieving monitoring. And the demons are also obvious because the shadows of their vehicles are appearing and light is appearing on the wall behind them while they're in the street, and their headlights are not aimed this way. In addition, my shadow is appearing on the side at a distance in front of me, light that I'm being molested with. This is where plane engines that have no business and under no circumstances, it is immediately suspect, and it is the prosecution of the Ontario Police Department. Those demons that are speeding down residential streets at 2:30 in the morning, because I'm documenting them, and have the assistant, the demon possessed, that are pacing right here in front of me, stalking, keeping me under surveillance. Because walking in this engineer light is activity creation. Sounding a train that you cannot hear in Ontario everywhere is activity creation. Sounding planes that are not taking off over the residential houses at G Street, F Street, E Street is activity creation. Keeping a fake moon and a fake sun over me during the day is the evidence of activity creation, not normal society. This is criminal monitoring. It is currently 2:45 a.m. The people of the state gang stalking with the Ontario police are going to federal prison. And the people of the state engaging in kidnapping with the Ontario police, that includes Jason Isaac Fields, maintaining a fake marriage so that he can steal property that this government sought to steal by maintaining a fake conservatorship secretly with Tracy Banks, who's engaged in gang stalking with this government that committed kidnapping. They're going to federal prison. And the unintelligent conduct that I'm documenting right now is the evidence of gang stalking that was underway on May 29th at this apartment complex right here, where I've already documented the fake sun and the fake sunset, the environment, the impossible light activity that's even inside of Tracy Banks' apartment, the multiple shadows inside of her apartment, shadows on the ceiling inside of her apartment, light all over the ceilings and behind on the depths inside of her apartment, vacillating like you see behind me inside of her apartment, the entity maintaining the fake sun over her apartment from the beginning to the end of the day, and the demon possession of the people of the state demonstrated at Woodside Senior Apartments, where they committed kidnapping and where the Ontario police is documenting gang stalking in helicopters day and night. That's the P.O.C. They committed kidnapping and they're going to prison, and so is Tracy Banks. This is the criminal system that they're engaging in, and they're very highly unintelligent.
as you can see. Not clever whatsoever, don't have many resources. They're sounding plane engines, and that's automatically suspect because there's no planes that would be taking off over here. And this level of disruption with plane engines is automatic means of recognizing a deviation from how the airport should be operating. In addition to that, you have the police that are exhibiting severe mental instability when I'm documenting them on a daily and nightly basis, gang stalking by helicopter. And this is when you're just making a brief look at my evidence on an ongoing basis if you're ignorant about the years of evidence that I already have about the entity gang stalking. This is P.O.C. 2:46 a.m. Amplified plane activity. Terminal 2 and Terminal 4 are located at 2900 Airport Road. This is P.O.C. This is disbanding the Ontario Police Department. You're witnessing the exposure of demon possession, and it's inspiring the criminal conduct, and it is the cause of the mental illness that is no longer closeted. And also the entity that is doing so is engaging in criminal monitoring. This is why you see my shadow on this sign over here. While you hear the plane engines, those are the elements of monitoring. They're monitoring. P.O.C. And so are the people of the state. Everybody on this street living in these houses are gang stalking. 630 North Fern Avenue in Ontario, California. 325 West G Street in Ontario, California. 323 West G Street in Ontario, California. As you see the people of the state crossing path while my shadow is appearing way at a distance upright on this sign, they're monitoring. 636 North Vine Avenue. The 7-Eleven, a business establishment, is monitoring, just like Starbucks is, as I document it all day long. This is P.O.C. The city of Ontario is going to be prosecuted. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. The kidnappers of the Ontario Police are going to prison. The entity is going to be subject to what are mental examinations for their closeted mental illness that is no longer a secret. It is relevant to the criminal conduct and the diagnosis of actual mental illness. While the entity sought to criminally defame me by gang stalking me, lacking any facts and evidence to establish mental illness on my behalf, but fully demonstrating mental illness while they're gang stalking me. P.O.C. Understand that this is not different from the Ontario Police. They just don't have the Ontario Police logo on them. Psychopaths stalking an engineer light in concert with the government that's up at 2 a.m, all of them stalking me together. This is criminal monitoring. You're going from train to plane to sirens. It's all monitoring in the specific environment. My shadow appearing on the side, on the sign over there. Monitoring, 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 monitoring. And this entire neighborhood is. 302 West G Street, Woodside, monitoring. 408 West G Street, the entire apartment complex, monitoring. I document these license plates. They represent the people of the state who are all monitoring. It's P.O.C. All right, it is currently, again, 2:49 a.m. This is the entity that's engaging in what is trigger finger activity creation. The moment that I move while I'm sleeping, the amplified plane activity that the entity just provided for you, that has nothing to do with taking off from the airport, from the commercial planes, engaging in what are arriving at destinations at takeoff from Terminal 2 or Terminal 4. That's not what this is. This is miles away, and you are not engaging in what is a perpetual takeoff all throughout the city and then rising in elevation 5 miles away from the airport. The entity is engaging in what is stalking in the manner that you witnessed in this video in concert with the Ontario Police that sound sirens the moment that they stop sounding sirens. They started this, I reached for my pocket, they stopped sounding sirens, and the Ontario Police consumed the activity creation. This is P.O.C. This is the evidence against the city of Ontario, the very highly unintelligent terrorists who are going to be shut down. Paul Leon is being removed from office for openly engaging in domestic terrorism as a corrupt mayor, in doing so over the corrupt fire department, over the corrupt police department, over the corrupt airport. Alan D. WAPNER is a corrupt the president that's over the airport that's gang stalking, engaging in what is gang stalking all throughout the city of Ontario. They're hovering over the Unicare Health Center. They're hovering over the Ontario, OVITT family community, the 280 North Lemon Apartments, the Ontario Town Square. They're hovering over the Woodside Senior Apartments right here. They're hovering over the 7-Eleven while I'm there. They're hovering over Euclid Avenue at the Unicare Healthcare Center, if I did not mention that already, at F Street and Euclid, across from the Starbucks where I'm located. I'm documenting the entity maintaining plane activity at every intersection where I'm located, including HOLT Boulevard and Euclid, where the Ontario Museum of History and Arts is, flying over the museum, doing donuts, making U-turns. That's called pacing. The entity is maintaining plane activity everywhere in the city, which is not consistent with having an airport. That doesn't mean that you're engaged in what is maintaining amplified plane activity everywhere that you're at, that you're perpetually taking off everywhere in the city, and also at 2 in the morning, where the entity is, again, focused on what it is that I state. So then, because I said that they stopped sounding plane engines, then they resumed sounding plane engines for you to witness what they were doing at 2:29 a.m., which is ongoing direct evidence of stalking by commercial planes, where there are no takeoff that's ever going to be experienced or heard at 325 West G Street when they're taking off at 2900 Airport Road and 2500 Airport Road, Terminals 2 and Terminal 4, where the airlines are publishing the moments when they're taking off from the airports. They're publishing, again, the information about the destinations that they're headed toward. But the entity is at 2:30 and it is currently 2:51. This video is at 18 minutes long, and the entity is maintaining the elements of monitoring while the entity is engaging in what is repeated flights, where the entity is engaging in what is use of commercial planes, gang stalking. And this is why the Ontario police are hiding around corners. You saw them flying by like a psychopath, a maniac. That light activity is speaking to a demon that's gang stalking. And doing so in this environment. And stalking in the past, pursuant to federal stalking, is what the people of the state are doing. Doing so at 431 West G Street. They're gang stalking with the people of the state by residents. They're gang stalking by stalking in the path with the method of light. This is what the entity is doing. And while the entity sounds plane engines, while the entity sounds sirens, while the entity is in the engineered light, while impossible light is all over the walls while they drive by, while impossible light is all over the place, while my shadows surround me and my shadow appears on the signage that's at a distance away from me, and the entity's maintaining obvious engagement of what is targeting by the airport, that's the pattern of conduct. All right. And that is the entity that is proving that it is engaged in the P.O.C. And where you see around what I've shown you, the indicators of the crime scene, the specific environment that defies nature, the sun and the moon does not center around me. And this is what the demon possessed surround me by when they're all stalking. And that is, again, the indicator regarding criminal monitoring as well. They're in a specific environment, and the demon possessed are mentally ill, and they are entirely obsessed with my genitalia, and they're obsessed with me, stalking me day and night. And that's exactly what you're looking at here at Fern and G Street. Currently, 2:53 a.m. This is the evidence that is disbanding the Ontario Police Department. I'm going to go ahead and document this third party engaging in surveillance with the City of Ontario, and I will include it on podcast. This is P.O.C. Three TQN 644, 6KUW 441, and again 325 West G Street, and the license plate is 6YOX 838. And engaging in surveillance on the video that you see stalking in the path, creating impossible light activity on the white fence to the passenger side of the vehicle, and monitoring with the demons that are pacing using commercial planes and the Ontario Police, 6W53229. This is P.O.C. and the demon turns the vehicle off as I document. Alrighty, I am also capturing images. What you'll see is while I'm standing in the street at 431 West G Street, in between 630 North Fern Avenue. This is where the demons are stalking by flying over 325 West G Street by commercial planes. And this demon that you'll see on the video is loitering in relevant position. It's a criminal act. The entity is engaging in surveillance. So the entity has no warrant to be around me, stalking me through the people of the state, meaning where you live, you're stalking because monitoring is underway by the government, which you're gang stalking me with, and you don't have any constitutional protection from that. And it's actually an unlawful act while the entity is maliciously targeting in the ways in which I've shown and proven. In addition to that, it's a criminal act while you're on the sidewalk in your vehicle, stalking in the path with light activity while the government is flying right over. And as I take pictures of it, my shadow's on both sides of me. That's where the Ontario International Airport is the guise of amplified audible activity. P.O.C. That third party is gang stalking with the police. And so are those license plates. So license 6JPT993, license 9MVY052. They're all engaged in the pattern of conduct with the City of Ontario that is engaging the P.O.C. with the Ontario International Airport that has no takeoff over here. So not only are they taking off, but they're so loud it's competing with my voice. And that is, again, a far deviation from taking off from Terminal 2 and Terminal 4. This is the unintelligent system of gang stalking that the City of Ontario is maintaining. And this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, whose criminal engagement and criminal monitoring is exposed and whose demon possession is necessarily exposed as well because of the safety concern that they pose to the public. 9NJB782. And you're paying attention to the frequency. When you're listening to this, count how many planes are flying over. Not only are they not flying over here with regard to takeoff, a legitimate airport operation, pay attention to the frequency. Count how many planes. That video I just captured was over 18 minutes long. You're paying attention also to the light activity. My shadow appearing all over the ground. My shadow appearing on the signage that is feet in front of me away. This is where the demons are driving in traffic, and the shadow of their vehicles are appearing behind me on the wall. This is outside in the dark. And impossible light activity while they are aiming light from that's not from their headlights. Okay. And the entity's stalking with light while you're hearing the frequency of planes. Remember the frequency. Remember where I'm located. Remember, this is also where the fake sun is documented. And when I wake up in the morning, and this is where the fake moon is at right now. This is the entity that's surrounded with the evidence of their mental illness. This is evidence of their mental illness while they're engaging in the crime of criminal monitoring. And don't forget about the frequency, because not only are they not taking off from an airport over here, you're paying attention to how frequently they're engaging in this inappropriate and obvious engagement and criminal monitoring targeting using the guise of amplified plane engines, 8SPL 710. You're paying attention to all that at the same time. The entity's not paying attention to anything. They're only paying attention to my bodily functions. They're paying attention to the immediacy of what it is that I'm describing. So they engage in damning conduct just to try to rebut. Oh no, this is the feckless efforts of demons that are not only are they not intelligent, but that's a danger to the public when it's flying planes and holding the lives of American citizens in their hands. Because I stated, which is exactly what happened, they were sounding plane engines and didn't want me to record it, so they immediately stopped. It started revving up like they're taking off, and they're not. I was going to document that because that's what they started sounding. And as I reached in my pocket, that buildup of plane activity immediately de-escalated and went into nothingness. And the entity resumed sounding sirens instead, while a demon arrives out of nowhere crossing path. This is at 2:30 in the morning in the engineer light under the fake moon. Okay, it's the P.O.C. The entity sounds sirens. The more that I talk, then that psychopath loses control and speeds down the residential street with every light that demon could muster up on that vehicle, the Ontario police. And then the entity is maintaining the pattern of conduct by maintaining more plane engines, and only because I stated that they didn't want plane engines heard, which they don't. And they do not, while I just documented that over and over and over again. They don't. In the specific environment, they also don't want that documented, that they provide me evidence of on an ongoing basis over and over and over again. And the fake sun that I document on a daily day that they don't want exposed, that I document on a daily basis over and over and over again. And this is all when you're just looking at the obvious engagement and gang stalking in the way that I've exposed it. It's impossible that I would be able to describe to you what the demon possessed are doing with regard to criminal conduct, and then they do it. They're not deviating from that. And while they engage in what they did not want me to document, that's evidence about what I stated. And they're engaging in that which is not helpful for the Ontario International Airport. There's no evidence, in other words, that the Ontario International Airport has nothing to do with what's going on. Why are you hearing plane engines? How would you hear plane engines if they're taking off from the Ontario International Airport? Where is it in the sky space? How are you operating that airport when they're engaging in such loud activity that it's competing with my voice? You can loudly hear it in the videos. You can loudly hear it in the apartment when I'm inside of Tracy Banks's apartment. You can hear all manner of what is the plane activity when I open the front door, and roaring plane activity as though they're taking off right above the apartment. This is the pattern of conduct that's shared with, by the way, the Los Angeles Police Department, who maintained a fake sun over that apartment complex where I lived and worked. And the entity did even more than what the city of Ontario is doing, keeping the fake sun over a 0.4 mile radius where I don't go any farther from than Starbucks and the OVITT Family Community Library. The entity kept the fake sun over me where I'm remaining at the apartment complex from my apartment to the office and back. And on the days when I was off work, it just kept it over my apartment from sunrise until sunset. That's the pattern of conduct, and those are the unintelligent demons that are merely focusing on anything that they can try to contradict. Oh, she said that we didn't want her to hear the plane engines, so we're going to sound the plane engines and provide evidence that the Ontario International Airport is clearly targeting, because there is no business of taking off planes over 325 West G Street, 320 West G Street, 431 West G Street, Euclid Avenue and Euclid Avenue and G Street, Fern and G Street, Vine and G Street. There are no planes taking off over here, and it is again not zoned for that. And when the airports are built, there's agreements with the city, there are zoning laws, and there are also expectations, and it's not including that the planes are going to be taking off everywhere in the city everywhere, because that's what the entity does, and it's asinine. Where you saw the cops gang stalking under the fake sun at 11:08 on June 19, 2025, that was yesterday morning. You saw the Ontario International Airport hovering over the Unicare Health Center, and they engaged in a U-turn right over the corner at that intersection. That's not the operation of a legitimate airport. That's clearly targeting, and you know that they're targeting because you saw the fake sun over the top of my head, and that's where that fake sun remains, by the way, at 6 p.m., where that same department, the Ontario Police, are gang stalking in helicopter and gang stalking by pacing in the on Euclid Avenue and F Street, just like the Ontario Police are right now, under the fake moon and an engineered light, impossible light activity, which is pursuant to criminal monitoring. And this is the entity that provided that wealth of evidence right now, because they are, again, small, very small-minded, and engaged in. And this is Satan, that is only like a roaring lion. He's not smart. He's very stupid with regard to a prosecution and with regard to how you use evidence in a court to prosecute and prove assertions that are made with evidence. And they give evidence every single day. The entity just give evidence of the airport, again, which I already have since September of 2024. The Ontario International Airport gang stalking at Woodside Senior Apartments, period. But before that, okay, but my relocation from Los Angeles, the Ontario International Airport gang stalking since September 2024 up until, still the current, because I don't have to be inside of Tracy Banks' apartment, obviously, for you to see what they were doing while I was inside of Tracy Banks' apartment, flying over the roof of the Woodside Senior Apartments, because that's what I'm documenting. They're hovering over the roof of the apartment complex, because as I go north, the planes that are stalking move north. While I remain here, they're flying south of my person. That's why they're flying over 325 West G Street and not the roof of the Woodside Senior Apartments, the buildings that are in front of Tracy Banks' apartments that maintain units 49 through 64. But I've already documented this, and the entity engaging in what is plane activity, the frequency of that plane activity, is evidence of targeting by the airport, where the entity that's engaging in what is answering questions about what the airlines are doing, where they're flying, the times that they're departing, their destinations that they're arriving to, and the paths that they take from the terminals where they're taking off. And I'm documenting on video rising in elevation over 325 West G Street, rising in elevation over the Unicare Healthcare Center at F Street and Euclid Avenue, rising in elevation over 507 North Euclid Avenue as I exit at 10 p.m., rising in elevation over the Woodside Senior Apartments at 408 West G Street, rising in elevation over the Ontario Town Square townhomes, the 280 North Lemon Apartments, another senior citizen complex adjacent to the Ontario Town Square townhomes, which is deviating miles away from the Ontario International Airport, where planes take off and head toward their destination immediately. Not engage in what is touring through the city and then engaging in what is, okay, we're going to rise in elevation and take off here. They're doing it in the specific environment in the engineer light. And the entity is, again, demon possessed. So that demon possession is relevant to mental illness. They're psychopaths that are focusing on what I say. And you're not rebutting any points. You're proving my point. You are not capable of getting out of the pattern of conduct that already has established what you are doing and what you are as you do it. You are under no circumstances appearing legitimate. There's years of evidence of the entity stalking by the Ontario International Airport at my hotel, every hotel. The entity gang stalking at Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, flying over my hotel room, where the entity kept the fake sun from morning sunrise 7 until sunset after 6 p.m. at that hotel, over me during the day, where every department, the fire department, the police department, even the sheriff's department, while the fake sun is in its zenith at the top of my head at my room at Economy Inn, far from Woodside Senior Apartments, at the opposite end of Euclid Avenue, engaging in the same pattern of conduct amongst the engineer light, which is also filling that hotel room. The entity is already surrounded with evidence. These are psychopaths. That psychopathic disorder, that mental illness, is not closeted while they engage in the criminal activity, which is also going to be used to diagnose them. The demons of the Ontario Police Department are being disbanded. That's P.O.C. License 8SPL710. So pay attention to the frequency of the planes and remember where I'm located. And this is why I take pictures and video of where I'm at in the environment. And don't forget who flew past like a psychopath. That was the Ontario Police Department, because they think when you see them driving by that they have an emergency that they're headed to. But you know better, because they're in the crime scene where the entity is engaging in what is monitoring me. They're being disbanded. 9 NOC 488. 2 shadows on the ground. 22547T1. Those are the demons in Unit 41 that are gang stalking. License 9HUZ740. That's Tracy Banks's license plate, who's inside of Woodside Senior Apartments, monitoring right now in relevant position with the entire Woodside Senior Apartments complex. The entire complex is gang stalking. The entire complex. License 9HUZ740, and Tracy Banks is going to federal prison for the criminal conduct that the Ontario Police Department engaged in with the people of the state, and it's called criminal summoning. She's going to prison. She's also going to prison for maintaining a secret conservatorship while she's gang stalking me at the same time, which is evidence that's not being talked about in these gang stalking courtrooms that gave her a conservatorship over me, and no one talked to me about it. Nobody asked me any questions. Nobody asked if any of the allegations about my character were true, and that's because the entity is engaged in what is trying to steal property with me in concert with Tracy Banks and her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, who has a secret marriage with me as well. This is there's a reason why the entity is gang stalking, and it's with the intent to commit murder and kidnapping, and gang stalking is supposed to accomplish making one appear mentally ill, and the entity sorely lost in that endeavor. And now you're witnessing the entity's mental illness while they're gang stalking in the face of evidence at that. So not only are they proven to be gang stalking, targeting me, they're proven to be maniacal psychopaths while they do so, and the evidence shows that they've been looking at the evidence of them being published on the internet on an ongoing basis. They're listening in real time and providing more evidence against themselves, which is relevant to the mental illness that's going to be diagnosed. 9LJK101, those are the demons residing in unit number 41 at Woodside. 7-Eleven is gang stalking, just like you heard, at 5 o'clock in the morning with the Ontario International Airport. A demon with a colorful scooter is creating light activity while that demon is pacing around in the parking lot with a broom and a dustpan, creating light activity monitoring. 5DXK327, gang stalking, engaging in surveillance inside of the vehicle at 636 North Vine Avenue. While the fake moon now moves to the opposite side of the street. So let me show you that as well. It was on the same side of the street where I was at 320 at the TABOR Professional Building. And I crossed the street. Now I'm on the same side of 7-Eleven, and the fake moon is as well. I'm going to take pictures of that right now at 3:08 a.m., showing you how the environment is targeting me, and that's where the entity in that environment is targeting, and they're all demons. And it includes the Ontario Police Department, and it includes the demons whose names are going to be produced, who are flying commercial planes at 2 and 3 in the morning. When I'm documenting it, this is going to align up with people who are going to be identified by their government names, and they're going to prison. And they're also going to be diagnosed for severe mental illness. It is currently 3:08 a.m. This is P.O.C. License 7AEA653, 7TKU350, 50546F3. They're all gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That's flying over their home in Engineer Light. They're all monitoring where they live. License 4WEB770. Impossible light activity flying all across the street while the demon on the colorful scooter that you see. And that's, again, impossible light activity while that demon has a headlight on the scooter, but that's not creating the magnified light that's moving all across the street. That's a demon, and that's called stalking with light. 411 West G Street is gang stalking. 411 West G Street in Ontario, California. 409 West G Street in Ontario, California is gang stalking by residents. 6JRN991, that's a license plate, gang stalking. License 80616G2, gang stalking at 409 West G Street in Ontario, California. 4LTC526, that's a license plate, gang stalking. And this is, I believe, 413 West G Street. 403 West G Street. This is across from 630 North Fern Avenue, 325 West G Street. These are the homes that the Ontario International Airport are flying over. This is where the people of the state, on the video that you heard moments ago, where the Ontario police are centering their criminal summoning conduct, where they're gang stalking, where the Ontario International Airport is centering its plane activity, where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking, and where the entity is gang stalking using the people of the state on scooters, as you can see, and in vehicles where it's all impossible light activity. It's not headlights. Headlights are not creating also the shadow of their own vehicles while they're approaching. Those are not headlights. Those are demons. Just like you can see my shadow on the signage that is feet away from me, in front of me, the shadow of my body appearing on that sign on the video that I captured. That's the environment where the planes are proven to be stalking. That's the environment where the police are proven to be stalking. That's the environment where traffic is a means of massive stalking. They're all monitoring. And this is not natural, normal light activity. It's engineered light, just like you see where a sun sits over a 0.4 mile radius, north and south, not going anywhere in the direction west, while the entity keeps a fake sun, as I documented, from 8:20 in the morning approximately until 4 p.m., where I go from the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue to the OVITT Family Community Library at 215 East C Street. In that environment, it is centered around me, and that centering around me is proven by the maintenance of a fake sun, and the entity is at nightfall keeping a fake moon, which is crossing the street as I cross the street. All right, that's the entity engaging in what is a clearly engineered environment. And that engineered environment is a term for purposes of prosecuting in court, but it's demonic. That's the point of it. It's demonic. It's supernatural. It's not a natural environment. It's entirely outside of what science can explain. They can't explain it. And neither can an airport explain why someone is able to document planes flying over the residential houses over here, flying over the community center at F Street and Euclid, flying over the Ontario Town Square, the Senior Citizen Complex, the Woodside Senior Apartments Complex, flying over me when I'm walking at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the entity is engaging in all manner of donuts, flying over, and then also just flying toward to get in alignment with me, and then making a U-turn and flying back, flying over at the Ontario Plaza off of Mountain Avenue, engaging in the same conduct, flying to get into alignment with me, and then turning, reversing, making a U-turn, which is pacing in planes. As I document that, the airport cannot reconcile and make any explanation about it. It is clearly engaging in what is chicanery. Using this chicanery is criminal, though, because what you'll see is shared is the fake sun remains over me when I'm documenting this conduct, clearly deviating from how a legitimate airport is operating. When you are taking off from the airport, and Ontario Airport has two terminals, Terminal 2 and Terminal 4 at 2900 Airport Road. Go ahead and do a Google and see how far it is from this location, the 320 West G Street, to 2900 Airport Road, and the entity is necessarily deviating to fly northwest, which is over 4 miles, okay? But you're not taking off. It doesn't take 4 miles to take off. The entity is taking off. A plane takes off, gets at a heightened elevation in about 90 seconds. It's immediate, and it's a sharp incline with regard to a takeoff. The entity is necessarily cruising through the city, and when they get around me, they're already lurking in planes. They're stalking. And the fact that they're stalking is proven. What I've already shown you, they're already surrounded with a specific environment. They're creeping around the city in planes and then engaging what is an unintelligent takeoff. That's not a takeoff. The entity is engaging in what is this pattern of conduct. And the Ontario police are molesting with light while a demon on a scooter is pacing up and down the street. That's a psychopath. That's a demon. That's a psychopath. That's also monitoring my vagina in the bathroom. That's why the Ontario police is being disbanded. That sex offender is pacing up and down G Street, monitoring with the police. And that's why that mental illness is shared by the entity. That criminal activity is shared by the entity. That's why they're being disbanded. The entity is doing so in an environment. And you know why they're doing that? Because they're hostile to the facts that I'm speaking. This very common sense way of identifying everything that I've already documented. And the entity is engaging in what is stalking everywhere in the city of Ontario, using planes, and far deviating from taking off at an airport, which happens very quickly. You're taking off from the terminals within 90 seconds. 90 to 120 seconds, 2 minutes. Those planes are taking off at a very sharp incline. I've been on many planes. I've traveled the world, and the entity is taking off from an airport. You're not hovering throughout the city and they're giving you a tour, and then you engage in taking off miles away from after you leave get a little tour of the city and then take off over somebody's house in the city. This is the entity that is clearly targeting, and I've also shown you the specific environment where they're targeting. Everything about what the demon possessed are doing is speaking volumes while they engage in passive aggressive stalking. They don't speak of it. It's unspoken. They don't even address you. They don't have to. They're strangers that are monitoring you in a specific environment. They're doing it with the government that uses all manner of the government departments, the fire department, the police department, the ambulance services, the airport in Ontario. And they're engaging in the pattern of conduct together. And it is proven through that. And guess what? Satan doesn't have to say a word. Satan is speaking volumes while you hear plane activity in a location where you would never hear plane activity, but for targeting by that airport, but for demon possession possession because it's amplification, and it's happening and where I have 4 shadows on the ground in front of me, and my shadow is appearing upright at a great distance away from me on the signage that I capture on video. This is why you document the environment, because you're understanding what is criminal monitoring. And then I want you to go back and revisit that video of what you're looking at. It's mental illness being exposed while a demon was in very close proximity, just like the demon in the helicopter that immediately flew over my head as I mentioned the name of that demon, Alan D. WAPNER. This demon that's already in close proximity, creeping around on a dark corner like the Ontario police are now, like they are when I'm in the bathroom and my vagina is exposed, and they're keeping my vagina under surveillance as well. That's how much obsessed they are, and them stalking at 2:30 in the morning is proving that as well. And that's all you are doing is stalking under a whole fake moon and in light where my shadow is appearing all over the sidewalk. You will never cause anybody to forget that evidence. The entity is always engaging in it because it's thinking, and this is again an idiot. This is Satan. Satan is not the smartest. He is only like a roaring lion. I have to keep repeating that to you. If you were so smart, you would find some other way to engage in the pattern of conduct in a less obvious manner, because I'm showing the sun is sitting over the building that I'm inside of for 11 hours. How is Florida ever having a sun over them? Are you trying to suggest that everybody sees the sun over Starbucks in the same manner that I'm seeing it, even in different states? Because you're a fool. You're a fool if you're thinking that, and the entity engages in it every single day. The entity is engaging in this, which is going to be used to prosecute the LAPD and vice versa, which is the state of California, while the entity provides plain activity. Plain activity in a way and in a location where there is never going to be any plain activity, ever. It's not going to be heard interrupting criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment like I've documented. It's not going to be causing any of that. It's not going to interrupt the residential area. But you know why it's not a problem? Because all these demons in the residential area are monitoring. That's why they don't complain about helicopter flying circles over their homes, over their apartments. Nobody's talking about the fact, why is the building rumbling? Because the Ontario police are flying in helicopter. Nobody notices that the sun sits over the building that I'm inside of for 10 hours. Nobody pays attention to the light that's flying all about. Like I point out, the shadows of the vehicles that are on the street that are engaging in what is their shadow of the vehicles appearing in front of the vehicles behind me. Nobody notices these obvious identifying factors of what is criminal monitoring, and they're demons. They're all demons, and the Ontario police demonstrate demon possession, and you are under no circumstances forgetful of that, and you're also not convinced. You've witnessed the exposure of not only criminal activity, but demon possession, and that's what the Ontario police that are going to be disbanded for kidnapping me over and over and over again, they're going to prison for it, and they're being disbanded for unprecedented criminal activity, and it needs to be known, it is directly tethered to, these are a group of demon-possessed people. The spirit of Satan animates them. The spirit of Satan is the significance of this environment that they are stalking me in, that they're surrounding me by, while they are obsessed with me and my genitalia. It is because they are demons. And the Ontario police is being disbanded. So it is currently, I captured wealthy evidence right now, 20-minute video. And this is 3:19 a.m. when the entity was engaging in what is stalking me. They brought this wealth of evidence on themselves, and the entity is still stalking and will be continuously stalking until the day that they're placed in mental asylums and federal prison where they belong, until the day that they are removed and exposed by name and position and made an example of nationwide. Until that happens, the demon possessed, like my evidence shows, are going to continue targeting, which is an unlawful threat that they're also going to be liable for. It's also relevant to their time in prison and the mental examinations that are going to be mandatory with regard to this criminal conduct that is pointing its direct evidence of severe mental illness, not a little bit of a behavioral health issue, severe mental illness. And all because the entity wants to steal property that it's not getting and wants to create the illusion of mental illness on my behalf that is not working. And by the way, logically, even the target individual that doesn't have this skill set is not going to be rendered mentally ill when the government is in fact engaging in monitoring American citizens with a whole population, and they're the demon possessed. They're the living dead. And it's a fact. Never again will anyone lose their liberty and their reputation because a government is a bunch of psychopaths maliciously targeting American citizens, while surveillance that they don't want to be known is underway. But not only do you know that surveillance is underway, you know that they're demons that are engaging in targeting, and it's government action. Like I stated, the entity that's stalking, because that's what you saw, the Ontario police, and they're driving 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street to monitor me. 90 plus miles per hour on a residential street There's no legitimate emergency, and any emergency is serving to monitor me. The people of the state are the ones that engage in criminal summoning with the police. They're engaged in monitoring me at this hour, where I am documenting that pattern of conduct. And the entity started with sounding plane activity that it did not want me to capture. And then in a failure to rebut the truth, the veracity of what it is that I'm documenting, which you're not, you're proving the fact that you're targeting by flying plane engines over here at G Street and Fern, where no planes are taking off, miles away from the terminals, miles away. And the entity will produce which airlines are taking off at 325 West G Street, like my documentation, my evidence unilaterally establishes. Which airlines are taking off over Woodside Senior Apartments, which ones are taking off outside of the ones. We already know that Delta Airlines is taking off over F Street and Euclid. We know that Delta Airlines is taking off over the Ontario Town Square. We know that Alaska Airlines is taking off over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, the senior citizen complex that is facing the Ontario Town Square. We know that. I have the entity that's gang stalking at the airport itself. The airport is a crime scene where the fake sun remains over me while I'm on Omnitrans, being driven through the airport. What you're listening to in the background are the demons resuming stalking. They're all driving an engineer light. The shadow of their vehicles, their headlights are supernaturally causing their shadows of their vehicles to appear on the walls behind me. While that's called light activity, they're monitoring. And that's exactly what the Ontario Police Department was doing. And they are showing their mental illness. It's all showing, it's hanging out. And the mentally ill will not be in law enforcement. The mentally ill that engage in criminal conduct of monitoring will not be in law enforcement. The mentally ill that engage in criminal monitoring that commit kidnapping will be disbanded. That's the Ontario Police. It is currently 3:23 a.m. where the entity provided this wealth of evidence. I've been documenting for an hour now because this is what the entity was doing at 2:30, because I made a move while I'm sleeping, and they're obsessively monitoring that trigger at the drop of a dime type activity. This is how heavily they're monitoring. And they're also monitoring my vagina in the same way. Everything concerning my vagina, they're engaged in monitoring. They're engaged in monitoring in bathrooms. And these demons that are stalking are the ones that stalk in the bathrooms. And the Ontario Police are being disbanded for it. You don't have a police department that's engaged in sexual violence and stalking. That's not law enforcement. And since that's what they're devoted to, they're not needed altogether. They're a threat. They're incentivizing and facilitating criminal activity of an egregious nature. And they're up using police resources, racing down residential streets, engaging in criminal activity, stalking one person. And I am one person that's not even violating the law. I'm the person that they're scared of because they're demons and don't want me to tell you that they're demons. And they're engaged in criminal monitoring and don't want that to be known either, because they don't want you to understand why it is that the demon possessed are focusing on somebody that they should. Why are you focused on me? And I'm going to tell you why, because they're demons. And they know what it is that I'm exposing about the demon possessed. And they know what it is that I'm exposing about what they're doing. This is why you have the entity that is engaging in what is making up allegations about me and my character and doing it behind my back, all manner of violating ordinary rules. If you have a conservatorship, that could have been brought to my attention and we could have discussed it in court, and I would have clearly represented how it is absurd to even suggest that you would have a conservatorship over me, especially while I'm maintaining an independent lifestyle, financing my own college and law school education, taking the bar, practicing law, going about my life. But I can provide testimony about the ways in which I've been targeted, which would create the illusion of the inability to support oneself when you're being gang stalked and the entity is interfering with your right to go on interviews and not be obstructed in your search for a job. When you're subject to gang stalking in the workplace, like the LAPD is demonstrating that the state of California is doing, when I am taking care of myself, living on my own, and have been since I've been an adult. The entity is engaging in what is oppressing and then trying to make that appear as mental illness. But what's going on at the same time is that I'm documenting. And I've been documenting since 2018. And you have people that are going to prison. The people that are engaged in what is maintaining this conservatorship, permitting a high school graduate like Tracy Banks, who's having sex with judges and attorneys and people like Jason Isaac Fields in order to target me, in order to falsely bear false witness in courts where they can make me appear one way on paper while I have nothing to do with the process. I have no knowledge about it. Nobody's told me about property that they want to have under a conservatorship. There's a reason for all that, and it is obviously corrupt. That is suspect at the outset. That is not how you conduct a process for establishing a conservatorship. And it should not be a mystery to me, especially since I'm not one sitting around dribbling on myself and speaking gibberish and making no nonsense. I can fully comprehend somebody that wants to establish and suggest a conservatorship first, supposedly for my own well-being. Well, if that's the case, then I should have known about it at the outset, especially while I'm going to work every day, taking care of myself, especially when I am taking the California bar and practicing law in Los Angeles. I'm being harassed on an ongoing systematic basis, but I'm taking care of myself and I'm practicing law, and I'm going about my life, minding my business, while I'm finding out that the entity is actually targeting me. And that's what's relevant to the hardship in the workplace. That's what's relevant to the harassment by the people of the state. That's what's relevant to the gang stalking by the police departments. Multiple. The Ontario Police is being disbanded because they've engaged in multiple kidnappings, and that's a federal no-no. And it's relevant because the government seeks to steal property that belongs to me. They're not getting it. And not only are they not getting it, there are people that are going to federal prison for seeking to try to murder and kidnap me by gang stalking me in order to falsely depict my character so that they could steal my property. Tracy Banks is a relevant position right now, gang stalking, maintaining a fake conservatorship while the government is providing evidence about her motivation for maintaining a secret, criminally procured and through by fraud a conservatorship that she has never admitted that she has, about property that she has never admitted that she's been trying to steal from me. Okay, this demon can't even maintain her own credit while she's trying to have a conservatorship over me. She could not finance, like I said, a box of Twinkies. She can't help me buy anything on her piss poor credit, but she's trying to maintain a conservatorship and misrepresent my character and necessarily behind my back. I'm the one that's financed my own college education. Her credit couldn't do that. I'm the one that financed my law school education. She didn't give me any advice on how to do that. She's the one that you hear in the background lying based on envy with regard to stating that I'm not a lawyer. That's a lie. You don't lose your law degree. You don't lose your Juris Doctor because you don't pay your fees. And why am I not paying my fees? Oh, because the state is targeting me. Oh, because out of prudence and being responsible and having done far too much work and investment and letting the entity that is targeting me for whatever reason that I was yet to discover, harassing me while I'm practicing law. So I lay that to the side and go into property management. And the entity is interfering with my liberty right to pay merely fees, that you don't lose your law degree. I'm merely not practicing. Neither do I need to prove this demon to be a psychopath who is obsessed with me and my genitalia, an incestuous sex offender, making false allegations with the Ontario Police that are gang stalking me at 3:30 in the morning, maintaining a secret conservatorship, having sex with people that are acting like they're friends of mine so that they can sit in court and bear false witness about my character. And I don't even talk to them, and they don't know me like that. They don't know me like that at all. This is the motivation for the very asinine conduct of stalking over the residential houses over here at 325 West G Street. Stalking, as I've diligently documented, which is directly rebutting any evidence of mental illness on my part. And gang stalking, as I've also shown, having the skill set, advocating over those who don't have the skill set. Gang stalking someone does not mean mental illness at all. That does not create mental illness. It is demonstrating mental illness on the part of the entity that engages in that pattern of conduct. Stalking with light, that's a psychopath. Stalking as a police department, those are psychopaths. Those are thieves. Those are corrupt actors. Those are lying, mendacious demons. That's what they are. And they're not intelligent enough to manufacture mental illness under these circumstances, and it's impossible to, because mental illness has a very specific appearance and manifestation and a definition that is relevant to the law as well. And you don't engage in criminal conduct against another person to try to manufacture it. And that's what gang stalking sought to accomplish. And it's not only is it not going to work, you're going to federal prison for gang stalking me. You're going to federal prison for facilitating gang stalking because you want to steal property that belongs to me. You're going to federal prison while you engaged in bearing false witness in court behind my back with Tracy Banks, with Jason Isaac Fields. You're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison for gang stalking by being a part of the Ontario Police Department that's repeatedly engaged in kidnapping. You're going to federal prison for gang stalking with any police department that I document. I've been documenting this pattern of conduct since 2018. I've been way ahead of these demons who cannot even figure out that they might not want to have a sun sitting over one building for 12 hours. That might be in conformity to a pattern of conduct that I've already exposed. That might make it obvious with regard to what is everything else being suspect in that environment. You might not want to have supernatural things like light manifesting out of nowhere, flying in the air. You might not want to have that. That's a questionable environment that's not bearing on the character of the target individual, that has the wherewithal to document that supernatural conduct. That's a pattern. You might not want to be in that environment where you're going to be documented. And documentation, the synonym for that is evidence. Evidence is used in court. Evidence is submitted in court to prosecute. The entities engaged in this P.O.C. and the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded for it. It's currently 3:31 p.m. It has been exactly 60 minutes where the Ontario International Airport sounded plane activity and then immediately stopped sounding that plane activity pursuant to monitoring me. And doing so because they didn't want plane engines heard. And then those idiots commenced sounding plane activity over and over and over again to prove targeting, which you already knew because I have it on video tonight. I have it in images tonight. I have it in video last night. Them targeting in a manner where the airport is under no circumstances ever going to be taking off at that elevation, at that volume. You're never going to hear that when you're taking off from the airport. And taking off from the airport at 2900 and 2500 Airport Road. And planes take off in 90 to 2 minutes, sharp incline into the sky space. I've been on tons of planes. Oh, not tons. I've been on dozens and dozens of planes. I've traveled the world. I'm very familiar with how planes work. And not only that, you're recognizing it in the specific environment. The entity can try to twist it and flip it all. You can provide me evidence of stalking clearly using planes in a manner that is deviating from where that plane should be, because it shouldn't be over 325 West G Street. I shouldn't hear it when you're taking off from the airport. What are you doing at 2:30 in the morning, taking off from the airport and then being heard rising in elevation over the 7-Eleven where that demon is pacing around in the parking lot? You're gang stalking. That's what you're doing. They're engaging in the elements of monitoring. Stalking is identified in that environment where monitoring is underway. You're stalking where you live. You're stalking where you work. You're stalking where you're traveling. You're stalking where you are maintaining presence in that environment on behalf of the government that's engaging in this system in order to accomplish murder and kidnapping and defamation. And the entire entity is being prosecuted for it. And I will state it again. Nathan Morgan, B. Hook, L. Martinez, and C. Torres, they're all going to federal prison. And those demons on video under the fake sun at 11:08 a.m. at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where that fake sun never moved farther than 215 East C Street at 4 p.m., where I'm documenting the pattern of conduct. That's already 8 hours of 0.4 miles of a sun remaining north and south, not moving any direction west. That's where the entity is stalking me by the police department, who are driving down the street flying up more than 90 miles per hour, while they're gang stalking in this specific environment where the fake moon is over me. And the fake moon is switching sides of the street as I cross the street, just like the fake sun is remaining over me during the day. This is where the entity is stalking in the path with the people of the state, the highly unintelligent population that's more obsessed with my vagina than paying attention to the level of detail and diligent evidence that's gathered against it, while they act in conformity to the documented pattern of conduct, proving that they're doing exactly what I stated that they're doing, even before I had the body of evidence that I have now. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. Those officers are going to federal prison, and the entity is going to be subject to mental examinations for actual mental illness that is no longer closeted, while this population practices this targeting system that is shared by a whole population. This is speaking to widespread public corruption, and it is the City of Ontario. The mayor is being removed. The Ontario City Council is being removed. The Ontario Fire Department, the gang stalking by the AMR ambulances. This is years in. The entities, you're removing all of these infections from public position because they are the reason why the people of the state are engaging in criminal conduct that the police department is sharing with them. That police department is being removed, and the airport is being removed as well. These national security threats are going around flying planes. They're making money, and they are ticking time bombs. They're the ones that fly planes into mountains, into bodies of water, into what are structures with regard to whenever Satan gives them the word, that's when they do it. That's the entity that's engaged in what is terrorism. They're not accidents. They're not failures in the cockpit. They're the demons that are gang stalking me, and they're flying planes, and they have no position and no business in those positions as well. And this is the public safety concern. This is the public service that is provided through exposing the P.O.C. while the entity sought to target me, and those demons are targeting me because they know who I am. Spiritually speaking, to speak on who they are and what they're doing. Blowing the whistle, in other words. Speaking to the supernatural and criminal, both. It's supernatural and it's criminal. Speaking to the supernatural criminal conduct of the entity that thought that they could gang stalk me and make me look mentally ill so that you would never hear me and so that they could also steal property from me. And none of that's happening. None of it whatsoever. It is currently 3:35 a.m. on Friday, June 20th, 2025. It's 3:36 a.m. This is P.O.C. The entity is gang stalking me at 3:36 a.m. This is how obsessed with me the demons are. They're both obsessed with me and they're also hostile because I speak the truth about what they're doing. Okay, I don't like talking about my vagina. I don't show my vagina on the internet. It's the demons possessed that are engaged in what is obsessing over my vagina, and I'm going to speak to it because it needs to be known. The sex offenders that are a part of a police department, the sex offenders that want to appear on the level with their families and with kids, they're sitting around sex offenders inside of Starbucks preparing the drinks and purchasing the drinks. They're all gang stalking. This is the crime scene inside of Starbucks. This is what I was stating yesterday when I'm in the cafe. Do not forget what's going on overnight. This right here, because this is the gang stalking that's going on inside of the cafe. This is the gang stalking that's going on inside of the library. It's the P.O.C. They're walking around checking out books. They're walking around buying beverages and engineer light. Multiple shadows all over the place, light shooting all over the place, and the terror of stalking by planes and helicopters on the outside of the building and a fake sun that remains over me. That terrorism is the P.O.C. that the people of the state are engaging in. And they're all in their houses right now gang stalking. 325 West G Street, criminal monitoring. 323 West G Street, criminal monitoring. At the Robertson funeral home, gang stalking, stalking in the path at 123 West Holt Boulevard, gang stalking, stalking in the path with light activity. All of the entity knowing exactly who I am. And this supernatural environment is the proof of these are not strangers, these are demons, and they are identified by government names. And that population is going to be shown, put on the map for the witchcraft practices pursuant to criminal monitoring, targeting, and its government conduct. The population is acting with the government. The population thought that they were going to steal my property. They're not stealing anything from me, and they've proven to be targeting in the ways in which American citizens are targeted in this country. P.O.C. It's 3:37 a.m. at the TABOR Professional Building. P.O.C. Demons driving east on G Street are touching my person with impossible light activity. They're stalking, and they're stalking with the Ontario Police, the violent sex offenders that are stalking and monitoring my vagina in the bathroom. They're also sex offenders that want to touch all over me with light that's manifesting in the air while they're monitoring me. And that sex offense is underway at 3:40 a.m. where they're stalking in the path, driving east on G Street. That's the population that's a sex offender as well. And the entity is engaging in this while they are gang stalking me at the TABOR Professional Building. The two vehicles crossing path, and this is what the entity is doing on an ongoing basis, stalking and molesting my person with impossible light, while the airport is targeting, stalking in commercial planes over here, and the police department is targeting, stalking in police vehicles and in helicopters over here, while the entity of this commits the sex offense of molestation by impossible light activity where criminal monitoring is underway. And that's also psychological torture, and it's also the sex offense, the perpetual sex offense. This is P.O.C. Ontario Police is being disbanded. P.O.C. All right, it's 5:46 a.m., 8 UKA 748, gang stalking at the 7-Eleven on behalf of the state. So the entity's amplifying plane activity, maintaining activity creation, and the store clerk demonstrated he's gang stalking. He openly gang stalking me, and doing so with the customer sitting in the parking lot. That's the license plate. It's 5:46 a.m. 5 PDJ 206, 5:48 a.m. and license 6JSE 510. And they're on surveillance cameras. They're monitoring with the state inside the 7-Eleven. What is so classic about the P.O.C. is that this is the same population that was up gang stalking all night, stalking with impossible light activity, planes and helicopters, and then the next day they get up and they stalk around in the store, in traffic, under the fake sun all day long, and I'm documenting them. There's no mystery here. It's P.O.C. It's 5:49 a.m. All right, the entity maintaining surveillance, the people of the state, I'm going to go ahead and document the little shack house beside Woodside Senior Apartments. Demon comes out on the front porch. That's crossing path conduct. And the third party that I documented, the license plate, the 5PD, it's a white truck, and that demon molests with light, just like I said, it's the P.O.C. But the demons that engage in that pattern of conduct all night long, and then they sit under the fake sun next to you in the cafe, they're in the library, like, oh, like their true face hasn't, the mask has already been removed. And this is the mask in order for you to witness, because I've already known what the entity's been doing and what the entity is as it does it. They're demons and they're psychopaths. And the entity is gang stalking in plain view when all of their maniacal conduct is shown. The entity is gang stalking at this little shack house right here. And I do not see any address on it, but there is a license plate, 4YFO245, 4YFC245. It is 5:54 p.m. That is 4YFC245. At this adjacent little shack that is adjacent to the 408 West G Street, Woodside Senior Apartments. That's the license plate. He's stalking in the path at my exit. He is strategically, again, this isn't strategy, that's of intelligence. They're not intelligent. I pointed out all the ways in which they're not intelligent, but it's that strategy is because of the demons. Demons are strategizing with regard to placement around me and monitoring my physical movement, and that's because it's supernatural. But I just want to stress this is not this is not about intelligence, but they are stalkers. So the entity is stalking through this demon with that license plate 4YFC245, and he steps out of his front porch. That is alignment with me as I walk outside of the 7-Eleven. So that's what that is. That's stalking. That's a gang stalking conduct. And the third party with the black vehicle, I took pictures of everything that I'm reciting right now, so you would know what I'm talking about if you're looking at the pictures at the same time. The demon that knows that it's speaking to knowledge, but I won't even address that. But I'm letting you know everything that they do is based on what they know that I'm documenting and what I say. And that's why you engage in sounding plane activity, because I said that you didn't want me to document plane activity. So you provide plane activity proving that you're stalking over here, because there's no planes ever taking off at Fern and G Street. Nonetheless, the entity knows what is documented and is engaging in the same pattern of conduct. But that's the reason why he stays in the vehicle and you heard music. He's still engaging in the elements of monitoring, as opposed to walking in and pacing all around on the inside of the 7-Eleven. He's engaging what is guarding the path. He's standing in the path, stalking in the path. This is all the government that's stalking me through a population. So this is the corrupt business of 7-Eleven that's been engaged in years of gang stalking and engaged in kidnapping with the Ontario Police in January 2020 with, again, Jason Knighton and Lester Keys. That also included the Ontario International Airport that has no business taking planes all the way over here to this vantage point. They're hunkered down, hovering in the parking lot, which is what I take a picture of before I take a picture of the license plate of the Ontario Police Department. And that is when Jason Knighton physically attacks me, and then he kidnaps me, puts me under arrest, and states that I was interfering with his investigation when he was not in the middle. First of all, that's a lie. And second of all, he was not even in the middle of acting like he was doing an investigation, which is criminal summoning, because the people of the state, the third party that he had pulled over while he was gang stalking me, since you know what criminal summoning is, they had already driven off. So the third party drove off. Lester Keys and Jason Knighton were just chilling. They were hostile demons with their on the side parked next to this 7-Eleven at 66 North Vine, using the light activity monitoring. And I stand behind the vehicle, and I am fully in full custody of all of my rights in doing so, documenting public information about the license plate, about these public servants who are engaged in criminal activity, which they're hostile to and uncharacteristically hostile to, about a license plate of a police vehicle, while I'm standing on the curb, public property. And this is while I'm getting the picture of the Ontario International Airport that's going to be shut down for engaging in multiple kidnappings. The Ontario International Airport gang stalking and kidnapping on June 16, 2022 as well. While you are monitoring with the entity and that entity commits a kidnapping, you're engaged in that kidnapping. In the same way, while I'm kidnapped, during the course of a kidnapping, the entity is engaging what is transporting to and from the courthouse. Under the fake sun, I'm being molested with engineer light while my body is chained up by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Guess what these people in the state are doing? They're gang stalking while I'm being held in custody, being driven from the court that is gang stalking, keeps the fake sun over the court. That's why on June 23rd, I went to the court and documented that fake sun over the top of my head at 10:29 a.m., the same exact time they committed kidnapping at the OVITT Family Community Library, showing you that there are a bunch of demons at that court engaging in fictitious prosecutions. There are demons that are sitting on the bench, demons that are practicing law, demons of the Public Defender's Office, demons of the District Attorney's Office engaging in kidnapping. And that's why the specific environment, that supernatural environment, where the entity is keeping the fake sun for 8 hours between the OVITT Family Community Library and the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, the entity had the fake sun over my head in Rancho Cucamonga at 8303 West Haven. That's the courthouse in Rancho Cucamonga, where the entity was engaging in the same thing, but kept it over my head. Kept it over the courthouse from the time that the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaged in federal stalking, gang stalking with the people of the state during the course of a kidnapping, kept me in that court for chained in the basement all day long, never gave me a court hearing while they're engaging in kidnapping, and Tracy Banks and Jason Fields and the state are engaging in what is this corrupt means of stealing my property and defaming me on paper during a course of a kidnapping, and I'm being simultaneously gang stalked and subject to a kidnapping, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over that courthouse. And the entity that drove me back to the jail after I did not have any court hearing, so on the cameras of the facility, all you would see is that I'm being transported from the jail, presumably to go to court, and then you see them take me back to the jail. And the entity is relying on that appearance as though I had court, and I never had any court hearings. The entity was kidnapping. 9CUH186. That's a license plate right now. TWK2918, that's a Texas plate. I'm walking down the same street, Laurel. This is Laurel, yeah, the street Laurel and G Street. This is where the entity is, by the way, I'm gonna finish this about kidnapping. The entity is dipping down low while they're flying west in alignment to G Street. And they're flying right here at Laurel, dipping right here at Laurel, and then rising up in elevation to fly over 325 West G Street, where I am at the TABOR Professional Building. This is where they're hovering. You're hovering 4 miles across the sky space, 4 miles from the airport to hover through the city, in other words, to come to this direct location in this specific environment and fly at a low elevation, because there's no takeoff that takes 4 miles long to happen. And the entity is engaging in what is obvious stalking and doing so, and doing more of it the more I document it, which the evidence of psychopaths is what is produced there, not the evidence of anything other than ongoing targeting. The demon-possessed thing, if you murder one person, then you're not that's that logic. You murder one person and you refer to them as a murderer, and then they'll just go around and killing more people so that they're not called a murderer. That's the logic that the entity engages in. The more that you commit murder, you are a serial killer. Yeah, you're a murderer, and you keep on murdering people. That's the logic that the entity engages in. These are psychopaths, very highly unintelligent. I'm telling you, the spirit of Satan is using them, and I don't care what education background that they would like to flaunt or think that I've shown them to be baboons. These are imbeciles, okay? They are literally not bright whatsoever. The system that I've exposed that they're engaging in, the ways in which they do it, and what is the clearly flawed thinking as they do it. Clearly flawed. So they're just engaged in what is bullying people, intimidating people, killing people, silencing them, in other words. And when that doesn't work, then what? They can't stand up to logic. They can't stand up to intellect. They can't stand up to reasoning, sound reasoning, logical reasoning, legal reasoning. They certainly cannot stand up with regard to the truth. They can't. They engage in more criminal and corrupt acts. And demons don't intimidate me. You can't intimidate. So none of this stuff works. So at the end of the day, what do we have? Because the evidence stands alone by itself. And as many times you can fly over 325 West G Street 25 times, you're stupid if you do, because 325 West G Street will never have any planes taking off over there. And I've been documenting it systematically, by the way, because the Ontario International Airport is a means of stalking me, where the entity is monitoring me in that specific environment. And it doesn't become normal because the entity keeps doing that which the airport is never doing. Everybody knows, and in a court, with regard to putting on an expert, somebody that will testify about the legitimate conduct of and operations of an airport, about where they're taking off from. None of this is, the entity doesn't think about this because they're a bunch of corrupt demons. You know what they do when they have problems with people? They kill them off. They shut them up. This is not happening. And I'm exposing everything. And this is why they look so foolish. And you look foolish stalking me. Why are you stalking this woman and I'm sleeping outside? Why are you stalking a homeless person? Because they're demons. They're demons. It's very powerful what I'm speaking. That's why. It's very truthful what I'm speaking. It's embarrassing. It's costly. There's some consequences for it. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in kidnapping, and by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and that kidnapping, when you're gang stalking, because that's what they're doing, keeping me in the court, and the entity would keep the fake son till the end of the day. So they would drive me back to the jail at 4 o'clock, keeping me in the basement of the jail for the duration of the day, and that fake son would still be over the courthouse when the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department would drive me back to the jail, where they would engage in what is the outward appearance of providing what they're supposed to, your day in court. And I never had any day in court. And the whole time I'm holding up signs on the cameras inside of the facility. Kidnapping, this is defamation, never had a trial, this is pursuant to false charges, and the entity is engaged in federal stalking. And they're monitoring in the jails. The people of the state, the inmates and the deputies and the medical workers, just like Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, gang stalking demons that call themselves medical professionals. They're demons that are monitoring in that jail, and they're engaging in what is openly kidnapping while they're feigning the operations, the appropriate and legitimate operations of a jail, and they're not. And they're all in engineered light. The light activity you see where I have my shadows all around me, that's the light activity inside of the jails. They're demons and they're monitoring, and they conduct repeated kidnappings with the people of the state when they're traveling on the roads and the highways under the fake sun that remains over the bus where I'm on that bus, just like Omnitrans. And the people of the state know exactly who I am, where I'm at. The fake sun, the same P.O.C. is underway. The entity is stalking through all of the ways in which I'm documenting while I am capturing the brand names, I'm capturing the license plates, I'm capturing the people of the state, doing the same thing with impossible light activity just while you're kidnapped. And while you're doing that, during the course of a kidnapping, you're engaged in kidnapping. And I've documented that. I've documented the license plates, gang stalking in the same way that they are during the course of a kidnapping, which is a federal prosecution for kidnapping. You're literally participating in that kidnapping of the targeted individual. Okay, because my physical status, in the same way that you're monitoring my vagina when I'm in the bathroom and you're monitoring, that's that sex offender. Okay, 7TUY 7THX757. Engaging in surveillance in the parking lot is 8UQH 918, and they're walking into 7-Eleven. Excuse me, they're walking into Starbucks. But that is just so that you know, accurate with regard to the same pattern of conduct, just a different brand name. Starbucks versus 7-Eleven. It's the same POC. 5DNX 602. I'll get that license plate in a second. But this is the entity, 9PHA170. This is the entity that is engaging in, this is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct during the course of kidnappings. And this is what the Ontario International Airport has been engaged in, and I've been documenting the entity flying far beyond where the airport's appropriate place for operations for them to be conducted. And it's not over the corner of Unicare Community Health Center while I'm documenting the Ontario Police stalking. It's not over the 7-Eleven at 636 North Vine Avenue where I'm documenting the Ontario Police stalking and then committing kidnapping. And they committed kidnapping with the Ontario International Airport, who are sharing in the elements of monitoring me, while then the entity seizes my person with an intent to obstruct justice. And then making up, again, the pattern of conduct. They're always making up charges because I'm not a criminal. I never broke the law. And that's another reason why the entity is clearly shown to be targeting me. That's another method of identifying targeting, because they're engaging in what they're necessarily making up. They don't have a criminal on their hands that they're monitoring. They're monitoring somebody that is actually a productive citizen, an educated one, and a law-abiding one. In fact, I know the law. I know my rights, and I know how they're supposed to conduct themselves, and they're not. All right, it is currently where the entity's sounding plain activity. Chino Police is gang stalking crossing path. The City of Ontario is stalking in the path with light activity on the opposite side of the street. ARCO is gang stalking, and so is Chevron. The demons that are sitting at the gas stalls are stalking in the path with light, and that's why you're going to be prosecuted even when you close your business down, because the demons are on your property and you're going to be held accountable for it. It's gang stalking. It's currently 6:07 a.m. where Starbucks is clearly gang stalking, P.O.C. All right, crossing path for purposes of bathroom monitoring. So going in and no other customers in the venue. And then coming out, crossing path, this is the technique for monitoring in the bathroom as well. It's surrounding physically. And you know that the airport and the police are stalking. So 43601M2 is being prosecuted because the airport is creating audible activity while he is stalking in the path and creating light activity. And he is monitoring my vagina while at 507 North Euclid Avenue at 6:15 a.m. 8PJF784. The same, and the people of the state are stalking by maintaining presence in close proximity to the bathroom, just like they are when I'm outside and they want to be right next to me. They want to be right next to me when my vagina is exposed in the bathroom. 9MIZ 686. It's 6:19 a.m. and the demons are pacing now the concentrating activity around the Starbucks. And this is where the fake sun began, as I'm documenting it yesterday, and it remained on this street north of this location, south of this location, where it remained until 4 p.m. like I documented. 9MIZ 686 is gang stalking. With the Ontario International Airport, that's concentrating plane activity over here, because as I'm documenting at the TABOR Professional Building, which is again north of this location, the entity is not sounding plane activity perpetually. The entity concentrates its plane activity while it's rising, de-escalating in elevation, and then rising in elevation over 325 West G Street. The entity is stalking with plane activity right here where I'm at, where the people of the state are pacing, where I also document the fake sun over me. Chevron is gang stalking, and so is ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, where the entity is concentrating plane activity. And this traffic is light activity and patrolling. This is why they have, in the videos that I documented, impossible light all over the walls. They're monitoring. And they were monitoring my vagina together. And so is Patty, and so is Ocean, the store manager, who uses interviewing employees for gang stalking. Thank you. This is P.O.C. while they're inside of the venue engaging in surveillance. It is 6:20 a.m. All right, license 7XVG779. This is a black Chevy. Stalking, monitoring with the same entity that's sounding plane activity, with the entity that is stalking under the fake sun, the entity that is terrorizing, stalking with impossible light, is gang stalking by virtue of presence at the venue, and pacing with the entity that's providing them, Starbucks, providing them the beverages where they're coming by, engaging in the P.O.C. That is at 6:21 a.m. Again, that's license 7XVG779. All right, it is currently 10:03 a.m. It's still Friday, June 20th, 2025, 8 PET 846. And Ontario Police is gang stalking with him as I document. No coincidence. This is what the entity is doing at 11:08 under the fake sun, engaging in criminal summoning as I document. The entity using corrupt businesses inside of the venue, using business licensure to engage in the pattern of conduct. The Ontario Police are engaged in ongoing obsessive stalking in the middle of the night, like I documented again last night. Psychopaths speeding on residential streets in the middle of the night, engaging in criminal summoning under the fake moon, and during the day under a fake sun with helicopter and plane, and the entity stalking around a building, stalking me while I remain in that building, and that is punctuated with the maintenance of a fake sun. Now, when I document things such as the people of the state's license plate, and the entity threatens with real-time surveillance, so the entity is deciding to communicate a threat by stalking in the path by police, that's federal prison. And this demon is already a very severely mentally ill third party. This is an Asian male. He is captured in images, and he's engaging with a stalking with light. And the entity is making its fake sun subdued today, and that's based on my documentation, because the entity is keeping a fake sun within 0.4 miles from on Euclid Avenue on one street, which runs north and south, not in no direction west did the fake sun travel, as I documented yesterday, from 8:28 in the morning until 4 o'clock, after 4 p.m., where I'm at the OVITT Family Community Library. And not only that, is that keeping the fake sun over 8 hours on one street that runs north and south. The entity is also engaging in what is a deviation from its schedule, because when I remain at the Starbucks, this is where the fake sun remains, and when I leave at a later time, the fake sun remains here. But yet I left earlier yesterday to go to the OVITT Family Community Library, where I've also been early in the morning at 7 a.m., and the fake sun would not be over Starbucks if that was the natural environment, when I had already documented the fake sun over me at that venue. This is the pattern of conduct of stalking with the fake sun, and the Ontario Police Department intentionally communicated threat, and the people of the state are going to federal prison for threatening my life and safety and liberty, based on the ongoing pattern of kidnapping by the Ontario Police Department, who are obsessively gang stalking me with the people of the state, whom they are threatening me together when the entity is crossing path by the police, as I document their co-defendant, the people of the state. So I want to make sure that that's clear while I'm documenting the Ontario Police crossing path at Euclid and E Street in the same manner that the Ontario International Airport is stalking in the sky space when they are flying over me at this location where the fake sun is. The specific environment is what is proving stalking by an entity. The impossible light is what is proving stalking by the entity. The engineered light that is flying about while the entity is maintaining presence is stalking pursuant to monitoring. You are stalking when you're monitoring American citizens, and you're also doing so with regard to surveillance on communication devices. That's what the entity is doing. And this Asian male whose license plate I recited and whose images I took, he's engaging in what is stalking with light. This is again another closeted, mentally ill person who was stalking inside of the cafe. He engaged in ongoing zealous pacing on the inside of the cafe, very disturbing. He's monitoring, he's pacing at engineer light. I've already documented the entity that maintains impossible light activity when the fake sun is subdued. It is merely gray colored engineer light. This is an engineered environment. The engineer light is also present at nightfall when you see the exact same pattern by the people of the state driving in the street, but yet impossible light is behind me. I'm on the sidewalk, I'm not in the street. It's moving across the walls. It causes dynamic shadows. The entity is engaging in what is exaggeration with regard to this light. That's engineered light, that's pursuant to monitoring. They are all stalking, and that is already proven. They're coming in after I document the fake sun remaining on Euclid Avenue for over 8 hours. Euclid Avenue on between 0.4 miles, that's a 4-minute walk from the Starbucks to the OVITT Family Community Library. When the entity is keeping the fake sun at the same time of year over me, where LAPD is gang stalking, the entity is already proven to be monitoring. They're already proven to be stalkers. They're already proven to be engaging in this crime. It's already fully established, and the entity is literally convicted already. They are going to federal prison, and they're going to federal prison for the ongoing gang stalking and further into murder and kidnapping when they knew that I was documenting it. In other words, you're getting to the level of impunity, okay? And the entity is engaging in this simultaneously crossing path while I document a psychopath that was in here sparking light with his watch. This is what the demons were doing inside of Starbucks today while the entity kept its fake sun. It's still here, it's over me, ready to start bearing and shining at any moment as I've documented in the specific environment, which is entirely demonic and focused on me, centered on me. The entity is engaging in that subdued fake sun after I point out, which I point out on a daily basis. It's equally ridiculous to have it over the building shining for 11 hours, but when I show you a comparison on the same street for 8 hours, then the entity has the fake sun subdued. Nobody is deterred from that. This is real-time knowledge about the documentation. The entity has long lost any appearance of legitimacy. They are blatantly demons. They are blatantly monitoring, and they're stalking and doing so, and they're also raging psychopaths while they pace inside of the cafe today with all manners of what is sparking light. The demons have their cell phones sparking light. The demons have their watches on their wrists. It's a method of sparking light, and it's entirely demonic. These are demons maintaining methods of light activity, and they're doing so while I'm documenting and publishing the evidence in the same manner that they are when the fake sun is shining, and they're all pacing under the fake sun in an engineer light, and that's supposed to be only in a demon's mind, a delusional psychopath's mind, sunlight that's flying all across the walls and the ceilings. And when they are driving by like lasers off of the sides of their cars on the outside and on the inside of the building. This is that circus environment, what is just showing the Looney Tune mindset, those who are absolutely crazy, actually crazy. And their crazy is a threat to the security. It's a threat to themselves and the people, the American people that don't know that they're being targeted, and they don't know about this surveillance system. They don't know about the nature of that system. It's demonic, and within this surveillance system that's underway, which is unconstitutional, the entity is also engaging in the inhumane practice of targeting American citizens, and it does it in concert with the civilian population who are demon possessed, and these are walking around mentally ill, closeted mental illness, and that is a threat to your safety. And so this is also relevant. This is the public service that is inherent to exposing the P.O.C. in addition to what is my prosecution. The entity can cover up the fake sun for the next week. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. The entity is shown to be stalking under a fake sun, engaging in criminal monitoring, and all of the supernatural conduct and supernatural environment, speaking to that demonic environment where the malicious pattern of conduct is underway by a malicious population who are engaging in public corruption with the state. That is all fully already supported. Okay, the entity is again gang stalking all night long, and then sitting up. This is gang stalking during the day.
So it's not separate. It's a ceaseless pattern of conduct. The entity is providing evidence against itself. It's not separate. What happened with the helicopters and the airplanes and the engineer light shooting all over the place in the dark. And now I'm sitting in Starbucks, and the same pattern of conduct is underway by Ocean, who's conducting an interview with regards to the means of monitoring me through a corrupt business. It's going to be prosecuted for that. She's engaged in what is the pattern of conduct in the same exact specific environment with knowledge, engaging in federal stalking, knows that I documented her threatening my life and my safety and threatening me with the Ontario police, with the city of Ontario, and it's at the venue, engaging in it again, and being employed there is a basis of federal prison, not a defense. It's a basis of prosecuting you with regard to the lack of mystery. You don't have any protection. You're fully exposed to that, and so is every other employee. The entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct with impunity. In other words, that's what I'm describing, and as I document that demon's third party, this is an Asian male. You'll see him documented in images. This is, again, speaking to that, this is a public service announcement about mental illness, and the demon-possessed are engaging in what is an obsessive campaign, and they've already lost in the endeavor to secretly target me so that no one would know that they can do away with me, they could steal my property, they could write me off as being crazy. They lost in all of that. In addition to that, they're still targeting, and this is what is going to be relevant to not only prosecution but diagnosis, because these are psychopaths who are, again, suffering from oversized egos with regard to who they thought they were, what they thought they were going to accomplish, and how that's all squashed when one person, that is me, exposes all of them by myself, and also establishes what is a basis so that anybody else that doesn't have my skill set, which you don't need to have, I've set a standard for everyone to be able to enforce your rights. I've set a standard with regard to what the government is engaging in throughout this country and how you can enforce your rights. The demon-possessed are maniacal and they are delusional, and they are still targeting as the evidence is continuously gathered against them, which is going to cause consequences. Meaning when I document you, there's a consequence for that. The entity is willing and with impunity still going toward those consequences. That's relevant for disbanding of the police. That's relevant for federal prison, sentencing, enhancement to sentencing, and the people of the state that are going to be prosecuted as well, including civil damages. And civil damages with regard to corrupt companies like Starbucks, corrupt businesses like Avenue Capital Management, Woodside Senior Apartments, speaker companies, Alvarado Gardens, you name it, 7-Eleven, every business in California is engaged in federal stalking, unbeknownst to you. This is surveillance that's underway, and they're engaged in surveillance using communication devices on the venue of the internet. The venues online, Google, YouTube, Reddit, you name the website. This is federal stalking, and online is on the internet. Surveillance is underway as well. This notion of privacy is an illusion, and through my documentation and through the entity targeting me, I've proven that, and it's relevant to you and your life and what you need to know about your constitutional rights versus what the entity, what the country is actually doing. But nonetheless, I want to document that. The entity is keeping the fakes uncovered up. With any case, with any ongoing investigation, you don't forget what the person you're investigating committed yesterday. You're not forgetting what they committed 2 hours ago. You're not forgetting. You are engaging in an ongoing collection of facts and a dispassionate, fact-focused investigation. And by the way, this investigation is complete. What I'm documenting on an ongoing basis is the impunity. I'm recognizing all of the ways in which you are able to tell that there is no difference between the identity of those that are engaging in it. The pattern of conduct itself exists, and everybody's engaging in it. There is no exception. The only exception, literally and unfortunately, is myself, the one who is being targeted. I am the only exception. All right, there is no specific difference with regard to someone that's in the environment and not engaging in it. No, the behavioral pattern coexists with a specific environment, and the entity is intentionally doing so. And you have an unreasonable and untenable position to state this supernatural environment that I'm documenting, following me everywhere without exception, is underway, and the people of the state don't know about it. The government, the police that are engaging in that behavioral pattern don't know about it. That is absurdly ridiculous, and it's not what the evidence proves. All right, so anyway, the entity is engaging what is covering up the fake sun. You're always relevant, always looking back at, because remember, they're stalking me. So everything that the entity is doing, everything that the entity commits, and competent investigators, competent observers will recognize this. What is it that I'm talking about? What is it that I was doing? And this is always affecting what the entity is doing, how the weather is the next day, how the people are behaving, what they're doing, the way in which, in other words, they're monitoring, because they're always behaving the same way. They're monitoring in the same manner as well. You are always looking at the elements. It's malice and it's obsession, and the entity is not going to stop until they're put in cages, and that's relevant to the mental illness. So I just want to be clear on that. The entity is engaging in the P.O.C. with always real-time knowledge,
knowledge and ongoing obsessive knowledge, which is why you are classified as a psychopath that needs mental examinations. You need to be specifically diagnosed, but the behavioral issues that I'm exposing, that I'm documenting pursuant to criminal conduct, is exposing maniacal behavior that is interested in a purpose designed to harm another for no legitimate purpose whatsoever. It's government conduct that's entirely unlawful, and it is shared by a population, and for a population to share in a pattern of conduct in this environment is beyond any ability to have a coincidence. And so you're understanding what is a threat, the fact that demon possession affects the mental health of American citizens that engage in what is harming other people, and they do so in an obsessive manner, even when facing consequences that they're going to cry about in court, or they're going to say all sorts of legally irrelevant things, and they're also going to turn on each other. And this is something that is happening. I'm telling you what they're going to do beforehand, but they don't think about, these are psychopaths. They don't think about the consequences. They don't consider what it is that they've been told. They don't take heed to warnings. They are focused on me. That's how obsessed they are. They are focused on my genitalia. They're focused on stalking. And their focus is when they have already lost it. They're not even achieving what they sought out to achieve in the first place. There will be no sacrifice. The entity, the demon possessed, have sacrificed themselves. They've sacrificed their secrecy. They've sacrificed their ability to ever commit this again in any corner in the country, because you're able to identify it. You can know exactly what's going on and who's doing it, and the fact that it is demonic. All right, so it is a matter of public corruption. This is the entity that is engaging in its ongoing pacing by the Ontario Police, who are going to be disbanded. So this entire department is stalking me on an ongoing basis, and doing so inside a Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Ocean is subject to federal prison, and you have Vincent that was under the fake sun at 11:08 a.m. with the Ontario Police Department. You have the entity gang stalking Patty, gang stalking with the Alana is in here, gang stalking with the Ontario Police. The entity is always harming itself because the documentation is going to result in what is a prosecution, and there are consequences and repercussions for gang stalking. And as I document that, that's exactly what's coming for them, while the entity continuously obsesses over me and keeps gang stalking me. And I'm going to document it and put it on the internet. It is currently 10:17 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. Ontario International Airport, while the fake sun is over me and the people of the state are monitoring with them, license 8SMY034 at C Street in Euclid. License plate, AMR of course, license 63660Y2, vehicle 46074. License 8NED284, license 9MZK741, license 8VZU828, license 7V19296, license 49538M3 9ENS096, 9ESN096, excuse me. And the Ontario International Airport is targeting, hovering over the C Street and Euclid, where the fake sun is over me, at 10:28 in the morning, where it was in the an hour earlier. I arrived here after 11. Yesterday, 3NTY1ST, and the fake sun remained over Starbucks at this time right now, 4DTJ637, where the people of the state were pacing inside and outside of that Starbucks, like they are right now at this intersection, where the entity is not flying over the Unicare and the Starbucks at F Street and Euclid. It's flying over here at C Street and Euclid, where I've walked south, and that's where the entity is targeting with plane activity. As I document the people of the state and I document the fake sun, license right over my head. And I'm at the same intersection, don't forget, June 6, 2025 at 6:10 p.m., where the Ontario Police is doing the same thing that the Ontario International Airport is doing. The Ontario Police are doing it as one engaging in what is exercising fictitious authority under the law, kidnapping. That's why they're being disbanded for it. 48513J2, under the fake sun at the same intersection where the fake sun is at 6:10 p.m. on video, and at 6 p.m. exiting the OVITT Family Community Library, which I am feet in front of, and at 10:29 a.m. the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking with the people of the state in that specific environment, engaging in federal stalking, doing so as I document. It's Title 18. These Ontario International Airport is going to be shut down, and there's a reason why they're taking off now at C Street, south of where they are at the TABOR Professional Building, and at C Street there's no planes taking off from Terminal 2 or Terminal 4 either. Pacing is license 8VZU828 again, under the fake sun at the Wells Fargo. P.O.C. It is currently 10:30 a.m. All right. right, you are mindful of the entity keeping the fake sun over me, same time of year in Los Angeles today, where even during the 11 a.m. hour, where you will see the Ontario police engaging in what is criminal summoning under the fake sun. That is at the same time today in Los Angeles over me, when you're analyzing the specific environment and the impossibility that the natural environment exists where gang stalking is underway. That's the proof of being stalked, being gang stalked, being monitored by the police, by the international airport in Ontario, by the population, by every company, at every business establishment, at every public venue, such as the Ontario OVITT Family Community Library. And this is speaking to a tremendous conspiracy to engage in what is gang stalking, a conspiracy that's fully supported by evidence. And that evidence includes the supernatural character of the environment, where the LAPD are gang stalking me in the same environment. But the same environment could not coexist, because the sun is not going to be over me at what is the parking lot of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue at 11:08 a.m. like it is yesterday, when I'm documenting those two demons of the Ontario police under the fake sun, using the people of the state as the outer guys for stalking and monitoring and psychologically torturing and harassing while I'm documenting as they engage in federal stalking. Because on today, June 20th, 2024, the entity has the fake sun at 11 o'clock, the same time. The entity is gang stalking. That's just one example. Look at the documentation today that is documented where LAPD is gang stalking me, the city of Los Angeles, that is the state of California, sharing in the same criminal pattern of conduct that the Ontario Police Department and the Ontario International Airport are sharing in, including while I leave the same venue that I was at yesterday, and I remain later, as I have been since June 4th, by the way, remaining later till the end of the day, and the entity kept the fake sun until 7 p.m. But when I leave in the middle of the day, when I leave in the morning, the fake sun departs with me over my head, and then the LAPD is engaged in gang stalking at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles at 1810 North Alvarado Street. This is the P.O.C. The Ontario International Airport is going to be shut down for criminal surveillance with regard to the specific environment and engaging in that pattern of conduct in concert with the people of the state. And this is what they were doing all night long. And where they're taking off here, they're not perpetually taking off throughout the city to continuously fly over what is the TABOR Professional Building adjacent to it at 325 West G Street. When they're taking off here, they're taking off more and more south as I walk more and more south, and that fake sun remains over the top of my head. And that environment, speaking to the maintenance of the environment that is speaking to who is being targeted, this is where planes are engaged in aerial surveillance. The people such as license 8EBL 507 are engaged in criminal surveillance. The people such as license 9RXF 257 are engaged in criminal surveillance in violation of Title 18. And so is the Ontario Police Department, that is being disbanded for kidnapping upon being proven to be engaged in criminal summoning. And they are a maniacal bunch that are engaged in what is speeding on residential streets at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning as I document the Ontario International Airport, and they commence to engage in criminal summoning while they threaten my life, speeding all around me, engaging what is gang stalking via criminal summoning, showing their mental illness, by the way. So I just want to be clear, Ontario police under the fake sun yesterday at 11:08 a.m., the Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens at 11 a.m., the fake sun is over me at the same time. The Ontario police is being disbanded. License 4KR8123. The Ontario International Airport taking off over the 280 North Limit Apartments right now in relevant position, as though the Terminal 2 and Terminal 4, where you take off within the first 90 seconds of a flight, will result in them hovering over the roof of 280 North Limit Apartments, where you are necessarily deviating from those terminals to fly northwest, hovering through the city in doing so, and then rising in elevation as though plane engines are going to be heard as you're making that incline. That's stalking, obviously, and it's also proven through the fake sun that's over me while they do that. License SYT 9103 Texas. Remember what they did yesterday as I arrived at 11. The fake sun's here earlier, 4LVG481. And I documented all those license plates. I documented the Ontario International Airport. I documented that demon sitting right in front of me at the turn circle, 41461P3. And the fake sun remained over me. And then I walked back out at the same entrance at 4 p.m. where the fake sun was still present at the same entrance. And LAPD is under the fake sun in Los Angeles in the same manner. P.O.C. 4VWC054 with a minor child, gang stalking me with that child. P.O.C. License PS 608, stalking in the path with flashers while the fake sun is over the entrance of 215 EC Street, the OVITT Family Community Library, where the entity is showing that the fake sun is remaining until 6 p.m. at my exit. The entity is keeping the fake sun, like I documented yesterday, June 19, 2025, 4 p.m. at this same exit, which I will take pictures of. And this is evidence of the sun not remaining over Starbucks like I'm documenting hour after hour while the people of the state are pacing like these demon-possessed people are now who are criminally monitoring. License 9KOD 593. All with their hazards on. The City of Ontario license 1567279. All right, the Ontario Town Square is gang stalking. That's the city of Ontario. Wells Fargo is gang stalking. That's a third party. The 280 North Limit Apartments, the Ontario Senior Center, Paul Leon and the gang stalking city council is in relevant position at B Street. The Ontario Fire Department, these are state facilitating venues that are gang stalking while the entity is maintaining aerial surveillance over me and the people of the state are pacing and the fake sun is over the top of my head. And it is the prosecution of the city of Ontario, which is how you're getting to the facilitating venue of Ontario and the facilitating venue of Los Angeles, where the entity is maintaining a fake sun over me at the same time, and it's punctuated by the criminal summoning conduct, a federal offense committed by those two demon-possessed gang stalkers wearing Ontario police uniforms yesterday at 11:08 a.m. on video, where that fake sun is in its zenith over the top of my head, and today it is over me in Los Angeles on this day at the same time. License 4LVG 481, molesting with impossible light. License 9TQB 327, gang stalking with the city of Ontario. The Ontario police is being disbanded for this criminal conduct that it is facilitating with the people of the state. Corruption and lawlessness. And this is the necessity of removing the Ontario Police Department from existence altogether and placing every gang stalking police officer that I documented in prison, including the kidnappers Nathan Morgan, B. Hook, C. Torres, and L. Martinez. They're all going to prison as surely as the entity is still gang stalking me today, like they were gang stalking all last night, where the entity is targeting where I'm at using commercial planes, like they were at 325 West G Street, flying at a greater distance north, but maintaining a relevant position to me where I am south of that address at what is 10, what's the current time? It is currently right now 10:37 a.m. and the fake sun is remaining. Remember, the fake sun is over this same entrance that I'm gonna take a picture of at 4 p.m. Let's count the hours together. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's going to be over 5.5 hours from now. The fake sun is in the same position at the same entrance. And what I documented on June 6th, this is why you document, but same time of year analysis, it will never be that the sun is still at the same entrance when it's over the parking garage that I'm facing as I stand at the entrance, which is what I documented on June 6, 2025 at 6 p.m., where the Ontario police, that is to be disbanded, who is gang stalking, while the Ontario International Airport is engaging in surveillance, hovering over the senior citizen complex adjacent to this library while they're stalking south of my person in commercial airline planes using a means of audible activity for all of the people of the state who are demons pacing all around in engineered light. They're not under the sun. They're stalking me under this light source. It's an identifying factor, and they're all pacing in engineered light. They're monitoring. It is currently 10:37 a.m. and they are all stalking as they are monitoring. This is P.O.C. It is 10:39 a.m. Molestation with impossible light as I walk into the library. You can see the two underage demons stalking, working at the library, wearing the blue vest. They're gang stalking, and impossible light is piercing into the venue. This is an unlawful threat to my life and safety and liberty while the entity is gang stalking me inside of the library with every single person inside of it. P.O.C. It's 10:39 a.m. All right, additional note, which you'll pay attention to. Remember, I've stated analytical details for you to be mindful of when I am engaged in real-time documentation of the pattern of conduct that is ceaselessly underway. That is day and night. It remains ceaselessly underway. That is the gang stalking by the police at the TABOR Professional Building, the gang stalking by the Ontario International Airport while I'm at facing 325 West G Street, and they're flying over that residential street and hovering, not flying over, but hovering and amplifying extraordinarily loud, amplified audible activity amongst the always present engineered light, and last night under the fake moon and during the day under the fake sun, which is the pattern of conduct. The entity is always listening to what it is that I'm stating when they engage in the more of that pattern of conduct, which is very damning evidence provided to me as the entity is being prosecuted. So while I'm referencing, if you'll pay attention and rewind the tape, your observation should include what the entity is doing as it does it. What am I doing? Because that's what their focal point is. The entity is engaging in what is sounding amplified plane activity, which is an admission to clearly targeting by deviating from taking off at the airport's terminals 2 and terminal 4 at 2900 Airport Road and 2500 Airport Road, and doing so while I am under the fake sun, which is over my head, targeting. Both of those are keys in identifying what is targeting in fact, and also what it is that I'm referring to in my documentation, which is under surveillance, and the entity at the same time that I'm referring to very damning evidence about the LAPD gang stalking me under the fake sun at 11 a.m. in the same way that the Ontario PD are gang stalking via criminal summoning, which is on video at 11:08 a.m. yesterday on June 19, 2025, where you would use that video evidence to show the specific environment and prosecute that kidnapping police department and disband them. They're engaged in a pattern of
seeking to obstruct justice while they're engaging in criminal surveillance with Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields in furtherance of murder, kidnapping, theft, and defamation. And the government itself that is defaming me and kidnapping me and targeting me is also engaged in what is invested in my demise in order to steal my property as well. This is why the entity is interested in stealing money and stealing property that belongs to me. That's why it's engaged in that pattern of conduct and helping someone like Tracy Banks, who was criminally procured and through fraud procured a secret conservatorship and maintaining a secret marriage. While this is part of the conspiracy between these sex cult partners, Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields. The age difference between a mother and a son. These are mentally ill psychopaths who are violent sex offenders engaging in what is sexual activity together while they're both obsessed with me and engaging in what is gang stalking me as well. Their obsession is based on the fact that they're demon possessed. This is a demon possessed mother, and this is a demon possessed, literally a fake friend. Jason Isaac Fields is irrelevant. He's literally just having sex with my mother. He's irrelevant. I stopped talking to this person years ago upon realizing that I'm subject to the pattern of conduct, and I relocated to Los Angeles. I did not keep in touch with him. I did not call him. I did not say, hey, let's meet up and oh, I miss you and let's none of that ever happened. And he's been gang stalking me and having a sexual relationship with Tracy Banks for years, and he secretly procured a marriage with me in furtherance. While again, this is an admission. There's no coincidence that I'm being gang stalked and there's a secret marriage to me on the record. That's part of the conspiracy to murder and kidnap, and he's going to prison for that. He's doing so with his partner that is conspiring with him against me, trying to steal money and property that he has already stole, that Tracy Banks has already stole, and they're going to hand it back over to me and everything else that belongs to me. But you're going to prison for conspiring against my death and kidnapping, because that's the purpose of getting in a fake marriage with me on paper where the entity is criminally monitoring and kidnapping repeatedly, stalking through the police. You're stalking through the police that bear weapons and exercise fictitious authority under the law, where that is reasonably to result in a murder, because it's not an accident, it's not an overuse of force. The entity is conspiring your murder while they're gang stalking you in concert with the police. And they're doing that while maintaining a fake marriage, a secret fake marriage, and a secret criminally procured conservatorship that the government is providing so that they can share in stealing my property. The entity is engaging in what is amplifying plane activity while I am referring to the evidence about the fake sun being over my head in the same manner that it is over my head yesterday at the same time, 11 a.m., 11:08 a.m. in Los Angeles, and at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where this Ontario Police Department that is to be disbanded, gang stalking me day and night in a specific environment and demonstrating demon possession, which is their mental illness manifest, and inspiring their criminal conduct, which is also demonic, and it is in concert with the people of the state. The entity is engaging in amplifying plane activity while they are focused on what it is that I'm stating, and that is also at the same time both relevant to federal stalking. You're monitoring on my communication devices. You're literally monitoring while I'm under the fake sun, and you are so focused on me that the entity is providing more evidence while having another plane fly over in a manner where there's no airports having any takeoff, and this is clear evidence that's going to be submitted in court. There will be nobody that states, oh, well, we have planes that take off over the senior citizen complex adjacent to the city hall when they're taking the route to Seattle during the night shift of the pilots that come in from, Tucson, and they take that alternate route. There are no planes taking off from 2900 Airport Road and 2500 Airport Road, where you are taking off, and takeoff is including a sharp incline, an immediate rise in escalating in elevation into the sky, and takeoff. They are very, very rapidly rising in elevation in a plane. It's an intense experience if you've been on a plane where it's taking off, and you're talking about in 90 seconds to 2 minutes, 90 to 120 seconds, rapid takeoff, high in the sky. You're not floating in the city and then taking off over the senior citizen complex at the Ontario Town Square, and then even farther to be over 325 West G Street when I'm much north of the Wells Fargo at C Street and Euclid Avenue. And there will be no testimony supporting that and demonstrating that. The entity that engages in providing evidence that the planes are always engaging, that is the entity that is providing evidence about what is on its face absurd with regard to the operation of airports and taking off from the
terminals, Terminal 2 and Terminal 4. The entities, that's not a takeoff. You're leaving from the airport and you're engaging in what is touring the city, and you're flying at low elevations in commercial airline planes, and you're engaging in what is interfering with quiet enjoyment at senior citizen complexes, because I've also been in the position inside of the apartment when the entity is amplifying the plane activities. The entity is under all circumstances surrounded with evidence, and it is unreasonable, and it is on its face stupid. But the entity is doing so when you're noticing what it is that I'm discussing. That's what you're always paying attention to, because it's always an omission. They're sounding plane activity. Oh, they're sounding helicopter activity. What is it that I'm talking about? Last night it was Alan D. WAPNER flying over my head by helicopters, damning evidence against the police department at the same time. They're more focused on me than they are the fact that they're going to be disbanded and they're going to prison. What is it that I'm talking about today? The fake sun's over me in Los Angeles at 11, at the same time it is where the Ontario police engage in criminal summoning at Starbucks, where the fake sun remains today. Yesterday, the fake sun is right now. It's 10:55. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. I was in the parking lot at this time. I was at Starbucks, and then I go into the parking lot documenting the people of the state, publishing my podcast. I'm still at 507 North Euclid Avenue, but today I'm present at the entrance capturing the fake sun that could not be over Starbucks if it's over my head at 215 East C Street. The two aren't happening at the same time, and it's certainly not also in Los Angeles, like I documented, however. Speaking to the specific environment, that is stalking with an environment where everyone else is stalking you too. You're being monitored. It's criminal monitoring, the proof of being targeted. And the demon-possessed are mentally ill, and as they engage in that, as I document plane activity, as I point out evidence, helicopter activity, as I point out evidence and document the people of the state, crossing path by the police who are engaged in real-time surveillance as I document license plates to the people of the state. They're going to prison for these things. This is what you're paying attention to, and that's what I want you to be mindful of. All right, it is currently 10:56 a.m. The fake sun is over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library, and at 11:08 a.m., the fake sun is over me at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario police are engaged in gang stalking, exhibiting mental illness while they behave like psychopaths who are stalking another person but want to maintain an outward demeanor as though they're focused on something else that's psychopathic and demented and highly malicious, while they're acting in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, and they are demon-possessed. It is currently 10:56 a.m. This is P.O.C. Okay, you will see the images of direct evidence of, it's a prima facie case actually, of prosecuting for criminal monitoring and targeting, and upon criminal monitoring, you are documenting and prosecuting the entire government for engaging in targeting an American citizen. It is the evidence of it, and it is the conclusive evidence, not circumstantial. And the fake sun is shining through the elevator window of the OVITT Family Community Library at 10:58 a.m. And 24 hours ago, the entity has the fake sun over 507 North Euclid Avenue, which is north of the OVITT Family Community Library. And at 11:08 a.m., I am still at the Starbucks, where the Ontario police are stalking in the path, monitoring with the intent to harass and threaten, while they engage in the passive-aggressive and psychopathic pattern of conduct using criminal summoning as a basis to be in my presence, which is under the fake sun and amongst impossible light activity, where the police are engaging in the malicious pattern of conduct of gang stalking. They're doing so under the fake sun that could not be centered over my head at 10:58, 10 minutes before I captured the video yesterday at 11:08 a.m. when I'm inside of 215 East C Street, where, by the way, the fake sun remained until 4 p.m. yesterday upon my arrival after 11:08 a.m. Okay, the entity is maintaining this fake sun where I am arriving as late as 1:30 p.m. like I documented. Let me remind you about that. The entity maintaining the fake sun as I documented on June 18, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. where I remained at Starbucks, and well into the afternoon the fake sun remains over the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, whereas today I'm leaving during the 10 a.m. hour and it's over the top of my head, whereas yesterday it's over the top of my head at the OVITT Family Community Library after I have left the venue. In addition, today I'm leaving at 10 in the morning, and the entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I am at the entrance, as I document today, June 20th at 10:38 a.m., where the entity is maintaining the fake sun at that Starbucks yesterday, which is in conformity, well, not truly in conformity, but at least it's still there, because June 18th I stayed after 11 a.m. I remained until 1 o'clock because I'm capturing the fake sun at 1:30 when I leave Starbucks, and the fake sun remains at Starbucks and remains over me as I walk south to this venue where I'm at today, arriving at 10:38 a.m., capturing the fake sun as evidence of that and evidence of the City of Ontario stalking and monitoring and engaging in what is domestic terrorism in doing so, while federal stalking is underway by the population and by every person
and every status of the civilian population is gang stalking, including the minor children who are in the custody of adults, and that's why adults are subject to federal prison. And those under the age of majority are also exposed to prosecution. They are fully engaged in the pattern of conduct as they've demonstrated with impunity, willingness, and knowledge to engage in the pattern of conduct with their communication devices in the engineer light, sharing in psychological torture, the flying light, and they're just having a ball monitoring, doing so with intent, stalking with activity, exhibiting the demon possession, stalking with light, stalking with presence. Those under the age of majority are not exempt from being prosecuted. But I want to document that. This is where the entity is engaged in bathroom monitoring while the fake sun is shining over the top of my head, and the people of the state engage in surveillance in the bathrooms, anticipating where I'm at and where I'm going to go. This is how you engage in crossing and path and activity creation in the bathroom. This is where you have the fake sun above the elevator window at the library, whereas yesterday I'm still at Ontario's Starbucks at Euclid and F Street, where the entity is gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport, flying over the Unicare Health Center in that video, and engaging in what is making a sharp donut U-turn over the edge of that building while I'm being targeted by the Ontario police on video under that fake sun. And yet at the same time, well, not quite yet the same time, because it's 11:02, so I haven't started shooting that video yet. At this time yesterday, I'm capturing podcasts. I'm documenting license plates. I'm inside of the venue. Then I go into the parking lot and I'm engaging in what is my documentation and legal analysis. And then I document criminal summoning while the Ontario police continuously started crossing path, as they do so with the intent to communicate a threat, as I document their criminal activity that the people of the state are engaging in. The entity is engaging in what is keeping that fake sun over me at Starbucks again, and I am standing on the first level of the OVITT Family Community Library, looking up at the fake sun shining over the top of my head, and I'm looking at the shape of that window on the floor at the first level, which is impossible light activity. It's also impossible because the light object itself is over Starbucks yesterday, but the entity keeping the fake sun over the elevator is the entity engaging in what is providing the unintelligent explanation for the light that's inside of the venue, and it's not an explanation. It's an admission of the entity that's gang stalking in an unintelligent manner, and I'm going to prosecute the demon possessed for the highly unintelligent system of gang stalking. The entity is maintaining this fake sun, and as they walk on the staircase, as they come walking in, they're walking in this engineer light. It's placed for their criminal monitoring purposes, and it's entirely malicious and psychopathic. It's exposing public corruption. The employees are walking in it, walking all around it, monitoring, and because they act like it's not there, that does not mean you're not going to be prosecuted for it. This is what malice looks like. This is how the entity engaging in an unspoken system behaves, and public corruption will be right in front of your face. It exists in plain sight, and I don't need the demon possessed to acknowledge the impossible light for me to prosecute you in it. It's P.O.C. It's currently 11:03 a.m. You'll see these images uploaded to the Google Drive. P.O.C. Oh, yeah, also remember 11 o'clock today in 2024, the fake sun that's over me right now, that the demons of the OVITT Family Community Library are pacing all in the engineer light while the fake sun's over the elevator window. The fake sun is over me in the same manner in Los Angeles on video on June 20th, 2024. So take a look at that. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, the City of Ontario, which is a reference to the state. This is the prosecution of the state of California that is engaged in the U.S. government's pattern of conduct, criminal surveillance, and the state of California is complete, by the way. This is evidence which is relevant, additional issues that I simultaneously advocate, and what is also necessary as a matter of justice, dealing with what are the exposed mental illness conditions of those engaging in the unprecedented government crime of gang stalking, which is established as a fact. And also it is revealing what is the spiritual condition of those that are engaged in this pattern of conduct, which is criminal, and it's demon possession. With regard to the gang stalking conduct, the entity is again, not strangers. The documentation of the fake sun is proving knowledge about who I am and the fact that I'm being targeted. And the fake sun is testifying to the fact that the City of Ontario is gang stalking me, and I was subject to the pattern of conduct inside of the City of Ontario's OVITT Family Community Library. In relevant position to Paul Leon's
crime scene, which is the city council, which is inside of the same plaza, where he is in relevant position monitoring me as well. And everybody that works for the city of Ontario is monitoring me while the fake sun remains over the venue, as I documented at around 10:38 a.m. and it's still present at the same entrance as I walk out at 6 p.m., which is what you'll see in images, where I am seated on the side of the OVITT Family Community Library like I was probably a little over a week ago at 9:18 a.m. and a little over a week ago I was comparing what was Corey Watson of the Ontario Police Department, badge number 80548, who was gang stalking at the Starbucks under the 9:16 a.m. fake sun at that venue, where he's sitting in the cafe, gang stalking with the people of the state, threatening my life and my liberty and my well-being, and doing so with impunity and a high maniacal level of malice, doing so pursuant to that same passive-aggressive pattern of conduct where you're being targeted, you're being threatened, you're being harassed and psychologically tortured while the people of the state conduct themselves as though nothing is happening under the fake sun in the engineered light on behalf of the government, acting vicariously as psychopaths who are slinging and throwing light. They are the demon possessed. And that's what they're doing at the C-turn circle, one demon after another, crossing path, stalking me, doing so on behalf of the Ontario Police that is being disbanded literally while the people of the state are still engaging in this criminal activity that the Ontario Police Department is engaging in. And is engaging in it while the people of the state participate in that crime. The entity is keeping the fake sun, which is evidence of knowledge. There's no strangers gang stalking. The entity that engaging in what is stalking with engineer light. So while I'm seated on the side of this library where I am in the morning and the fake sun is over my head, and where I have been in 2020, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, I've thoroughly documented this venue, sunrise to sunset, and impossible light activity. So the city of Ontario is already prosecuted. They are psychopaths indeed. Their criminal activity is going to be used to prosecute the community, every household, the population that is engaging in what is ruthless, ceaseless, and lawless behavior, gang stalking, which is a violent sex offense that they commit with children. They commit with the nuclear family. They commit as government actors like Paul Leon at the City Hall, that is in relevant position, gang stalking, while I remain at the OVITT Family Community Library. And from 10 to 6 p.m., that's 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 8 hours of the Ontario City Hall as I'm adjacent to it, because the City Hall, the City of Ontario is gang stalking while the fake sun remains north of this location at the Starbucks, like I'm documenting. It's the same when I'm at Woodside Senior Apartments and the fake sun is remaining over Tracy Banks' apartment and the people of the state are gang stalking me. In the City of Ontario, the City Hall is gang stalking in relevant position while all of that population is proven to be stalking me, specifically with knowledge of who I am and what I'm doing, while that fake sun is a target, speaking to whom everyone is targeting. All right, monitoring, stalking. So while I'm seated on the side of the library, which is where I'm at, it's currently 6:17 p.m. approximately 7 minutes ago, where the people of the state are pacing right now with engineer light moving all across the curb, just like you see in the morning when I arrive and I'm documenting, and the Ontario International Airport flies over the 280 North Limit Apartments. The demon-possessed turn on their hazard lights. They pace around the turn circle. That's exactly what they're doing now under the same fake sun at 6 p.m. while they're monitoring this evidence, which is why the Ontario Police is being disbanded. The state of California is already being prosecuted. The people of the state that are dead, they're hollowed out zombies, continuously engage in criminal conduct, which they will be prosecuted for. But this is the behavior of the mentally ill who need the prosecution that I have already established as a matter of evidence based on the impunity and malice that is inherent to psychopathic and criminal conduct of gang stalking. The entity is engaging in what is stalking me with light while I'm on the side of the OVITT Family Community Library. Absolutely impossible light. Speaking to, again, the knowledge of who I am, while that phenomenon, which I've documented, for example, inside of Starbucks, when you're seeing the entity present in the venue, preparing drinks, enjoying their drinks, chit-chatting, smiling, slapping five, listening to music, walking in and out of the bathroom while they're pacing. Whatever it is that they're doing, sitting at the tables, and engineer light is flying all across the walls. That's what's happening while I'm seated underneath the walkway of the OVITT Family Community Library, where the City of Ontario is also targeting me while that phenomenon is present. And the Ontario International Airport is clearly stalking where the Ontario City Hall is located. That's a government building engaged in gang stalking, where the fake sun has remained over this library for 8 hours, where the government is clearly stalking, and where there is no airport for the entity to have planes hovering over the 280 North Lemon Apartments next to me, where the fake sun is, and where impossible light activity is flying in order to threaten my life. I'm seeing a large chunk of light just flying in the air. It was amber orange, dark amber orange, at the same time that a third party, which is a demon, is targeting me, stalking me, and engaging in psychological torture on behalf of the same city of Ontario that's stalking right now on an airplane flying over in relevant position right now. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct with regard to knowledge of who I am. And this is the entity that is acting as one. And this is the documentation of that entity. It is currently it is literally complete while at 6:19 p.m. the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking. Let me take a picture of the fake sun where the entity is gang stalking. Remember, at 10 this morning, the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking by airplane at this same location. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking under the fake sun at the same location. And right now at 6:18 p.m., the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking by airport at this same location with knowledge, doing it literally because I am documenting, which is the foolish conduct of psychopaths who are more mentally ill than strategic with regard to how a government is going to handle an unprecedented prosecution with regard to terrorism in this country. This is P.O.C. The entity has the fake sun over me at 6:22 p.m. in the bedroom of my window in Los Angeles today. I'm going to capture video. Alrighty, first of all, this is Southwest Airlines engaging what is audible activity, relevant positioning, and evidence, direct evidence of what is clear deviation from taking off, hovering over 280 North Lemon. This is the senior citizen complex, hovering over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, far from what is the 2900 and 2500 the terminals 2 and terminal 4 at 2900 and 2500 Airport Road. The entity is engaging what is targeting while taking off in the manner where you would maintain a sharp incline from the terminals, and which is not going to include a northwest deviation to fly over the 280 North Lemon Apartments. But that's relevant context because the entity is doing that where I am the maintenance of the supernatural occurrence. I arrived today during the 10 a.m. hour. This is where the people of the state are gang stalking with the government, and this is criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department. They are being disbanded. This is impossible light in the shade while a demon is stalking with the city of Ontario, 7LVX 756. And while they're engaged in this conduct, that's where I'm being accosted in the shaded hallway with impossible light. That's a terrorist and that's a sex offender. And they know exactly who I am while the fake sun reflects off of their buildings and while they're driving in engineered light. Here's my shadow here. This is the evidence of criminal monitoring and stalking by the city of Ontario that's deviating from taking off from the airports to fly over a senior citizen complex just like they are at the Woodside Senior Apartments. This is surveillance, stalking in the path right here. All right, this is the entity. I'm going to get this license plate. This is the Ontario Police gang stalking. And this is the criminal conduct that they're engaging in. It's criminal presence and criminal activity creation under the fake sun that was at this same location as I walked here this morning during the 10 a.m. hour. And this is a sex offender that's also monitoring my vagina with the Ontario Police that committed kidnapping. And this is impunity of that Ontario Police Department. All right, in operation of a communication device, that's license plate 9MKR 708, impossible light on the curb, driving in impossible light in the shade. Driving under what is the fake sun that's at the same location it was at 10:30 in the morning, and it is after 6 p.m. And in addition to that, well, I want you to see something where the Ontario International Airport is giving evidence against all of the state of California. This is the fake sun that is reflecting off of the same that I took a picture of when I arrived this morning at around 10:38 a.m. So that's 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's currently 6:22 p.m. And this is also the same time where I am located, where I want you to see the reflection of the fake sun for impact, for affect. All right, this is where I am standing in my bedroom at 6:22 p.m. on June 20th, 2024, which is exactly 1 year ago, where in the natural environment, the sun is going to engage in what is substantially the same behavior. And that is a far deviation from what I'm capturing right here, where the Ontario International Airport and the criminal pattern of conduct of the city of Ontario that is gang stalking me and is criminally monitoring with the population that's sharing in that pattern of conduct. And at 6:22 p.m., this is not in alignment with my bedroom window like it is on this day in 2024 at the exact same time when I'm at 1806 North Alvarado Street, apartment number 6, where Southwest Airlines is engaging what is targeting me, threatening me, psychologically torturing me, engaging what is federal stalking, and is criminally facilitating all of those aforesaid federal charges with knowledge also that I am documenting it pursuant to federal stalking. And the entity is engaging what is demonic behavior as well, which is also terrorizing conduct. And this is speaking to the incalculable harms of the government that is gang stalking stalking me, and this is criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department. The entity is acting as one, and this is the fake son speaking to who the government is stalking. And the government is stalking me for the fake son to be at this same location for 8 hours. The government is stalking me while on this same day in 2024 when I'm in Los Angeles, where LAPD is gang stalking me by helicopter, just like the Ontario Police are gang stalking me by helicopter on a daily and nightly basis. They're doing so while the fake son is in alignment to my bedroom at the same exact time, where the people of the state engage in impunity, because that's what this is. At 10:30 in the morning, this is not the sun she's driving under. 8 WDC with a child. 8 WDC 918. Driving an engineer light is the federal offense. Federal stalking, criminal monitoring, stalking with the police. And that's why they're being disbanded for that gross criminal activity, that lawlessness that is practiced when you're in that environment. And those over and under the age of majority, gang stalking by walking in the engineer light, where the entity is engaging in a satanic targeting system. And it is evident while the sun is in perfect alignment to me in my bedroom in Los Angeles at 1806 North Alvarado Street, apartment number 6 on the 3rd floor facing Alvarado Street. And the entity kept that fake sun over me all day long. That's why I was referring to you at 11 a.m. The fake sun remained over me at Alvarado Gardens today in 2024, where the Ontario Police are gang stalking on video at 11:08 a.m. yesterday, which is relevant to same time of day and same time of year analysis when you're recognizing the illusions where the demon-possessed are gang stalking an American citizen in a supernatural environment, which is speaking to the demonic activity, the demonic system of federal group stalking and monitoring, gang stalking by the demon-possessed. It's demonic activity. And this sun is not reflecting through my bedroom window in perfect alignment to me like it is now on the same day at the same time last year. And it's also not causing any sunlight above my head in my bedroom on the ceiling. None of that is natural light activity. Neither is light manifesting in the shade. Neither is the sun being so low that it's reflecting off of the buildings, the same building that it's above 8 hours earlier, speaking to evidence of it not moving. Neither is the natural environment, including sunlight ricocheting in the depths of a hallway while the people of the state are driving by, which is the evidence of stalking. They're stalking when they're driving by because they're monitoring. This is the evidence that is disbanding the Ontario Police Department, driving an engineer light over there in the shade. License 8P, hold on, let me get this license. License 8PE 699, substantially similar. We'll get them while they drive around in the shade monitoring me with impunity. This is federal prison. License 8PHE 699. Federal stalking, monitoring with a communication device, and that's demonic pacing. You're looking at the C turn circle. The demons are doing this with helicopter. They're pacing. This impossible light is how you know that they're pacing as opposed to just driving around a turn circle. The fake sun, the evidence of a fake sun remaining is how you know that they're pacing as opposed to just minding their business and playing with their children at the park. The fake sun is how you know that the airport is targeting as opposed to improperly and outside of zoning conditions, which is already inappropriate, flying over a senior citizen complex because they're an airport that's operating outside of the ordinary standards. 7YSF616 is pacing with the flasher on to monitor. This is the fake sun, and this is the evidence where the Ontario Police Department is doing the exact same thing that it's doing overnight and the Ontario International Airport is doing overnight, which is stalking under the fake moon and engineered light. This is what they're doing at nightfall in the dark. It's engineered light. It has nothing to do with sunlight. Okay, and that is not the sun. That's up over the same building, by the way. This is P.O.C, and this is what the entity is doing at every venue. Keeping the fake sun over Woodside Senior Apartments from the beginning to the end of the day. Keeping the fake sun over the Starbucks, every Starbucks that I'm going to, including 507 North Euclid Avenue as of late, from the beginning to the end of the day. The train activity, crossing path, driving under the fake sun, and this is impunity. Going to federal prison does not deter a psychopath. 6PPG 253, putting their foot on the brakes, light activity. Listening to everything that I'm saying, and they're also the same stalkers monitoring my vagina. And the government sounding amplified train activity is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. This is impunity of the whole entity when it's surrounded by the evidence. This is notable, and this impunity and malice is going to be played in court with regard to people going to prison, people like Corey Watson, people like Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook going to federal prison for kidnapping. Gang stalking with the people of the state. That's impossible light. 9JLA739, and this is criminal monitoring. And these are demons that are pacing. P.O.C. And this is not over Woodside Senior Apartments. That's P.O.C. And that's a coward that doesn't want their license plate read. That's audible activity simultaneously underway. And these are the demon-possessed that are engaging what is targeting American citizens. They are engaged in what is conspiring murder and kidnapping. This is what a gang stalking is to serve the purpose of creating the illusion of mental illness on the part of the target individual, which is not real. The entity is engaging what is targeting, and their targeting conduct is demonstrating mental illness on their behalf. This is psychopathic and antisocial criminal conduct that the police is engaging in. P.O.C. The entity is engaging in this. It is currently 6:29 p.m. where the fake sun's remaining over me at Alvarado Gardens, and this is the environment where the city of Ontario is videos, gang stalking, and showing the world what gang stalking looks like and who doesn't, and it's the demon possessed. This is public corruption exposed. This is P.O.C. This is Impossible Light on the Building. They're pacing all around, and the demon possessed just engaged in pacing in front of you. And I have thousands of videos of the demon possessed population stalking me. This is P.O.C. Okay, the video that you just listened to is the evidence of gang stalking, ongoing additional evidence that is already supporting the complete record. It's evidence of the entity being the psychopaths with regard to their behavior and with regard to the facts and information. Remember, they're not just gang stalking me, they're gang stalking while keeping me and everything about the documentation that I maintain under surveillance. And this is what inspires kidnapping. All right, in addition to the entity's motivation to steal property that belongs to me, and that's also why the entity is engaging in what it's targeting with the intent to criminally defame, and that's when you are criminally defaming someone that is perfectly fine and pristine, by the way, with regard to mental health, and but seeking to criminally defame in order to render someone that is not mentally fit to keep property that belongs to them, or property that would be bequeathed unto them or gifted to them. The entity gang stalks. This is government conduct. The government is interested. This is why the government has engaged in the obviously corrupt means of providing a secret conservatorship to Tracy Banks, maintaining a secret marriage, and defaming my character on paper, while third parties like Jason Isaac Fields are seeking to steal property from me, have already stolen property from me, while I'm being gang stalked the entire time, and know nothing about any conservatorship, know nothing about any marriage on paper. And it's also not a coincidence that Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are sex partners, and keeping that sexual relationship concealed as well. It's relevant with regard to the facts and the entity that is teaming up in order to target me with the state and steal property from me in doing so. So the video that you see, as I referred to, the entity is on video at 5 p.m. I'm at my office, and the fake sun is in perfect alignment over the same property that it was in the morning, like I'm documenting every day, where LAPD is gang stalking me by helicopter, proven by the maintenance of a fake sun that sits over that property, over my head at that property, as I document regularly from sunrise until sunset. And at whatever point in the day when the entity covers up the fake sun, it's shining above my head where it remains till the end of the day. That's the pattern of conduct, not the natural environment. And it's also not the natural environment when you juxtapose it with where the sun is, for example, on the same day at the same time. And when I walk out of the library today at 6 p.m., the entity is maintaining the fake sun over the same entrance that I entered into, which is already P.O.C. because the sun is at the same building. I'm at the same entrance, and I'm looking at the same sun. And not only that, the entity is engaging in, there's a body of evidence of the entity maintaining this fake sun all over the city of Ontario, including over Woodside Senior Apartments, where the Ontario Police committed kidnapping. And in addition to that, the entity is keeping it over for what is over 8 hours. And in the face of this very obvious and damning evidence, the entity is gang stalking, as I have a wealth of documentation that's published on the internet for the world to witness, which is via podcast and on social media platforms, where the entity is providing evidence of its gang stalking. There's no controversy here. The entity is engaging in what is delusional and criminal conduct, which is suggesting, revealing, establishing mental illness on the part of the gang stalkers. And the entity is also engaging in what is a pattern of conduct that is directly relevant to the demented mind state of the gang stalkers. And it is not a coincidence, but it is the pattern of conduct of those who are actually mentally ill to try to project that condition onto someone else that they are targeting. And the demon possessed, because that's their condition, and this is an environment that is demonic, and their behavioral pattern is also demonic, that is, i.e. very demented and obsessive while they are targeting together. Demon possession, in other words, this is the lesson. Demon possession, being possessed by the spirit of Satan, is one that directly affects the mental health of a human being. It makes, in other words, maniacal psychopaths. It creates a threat to the public. You have a whole population that's engaging in this pattern of conduct, including an entire police department in Ontario. And that's the explanation for their criminal activity, besides the fact that they choose to do so. It's not a defense in that, oh, Satan made me do it, the devil made me do it. No, they know what they're doing. They intend to do it maliciously in order that you're not supposed to know. That's the whole point of gang stalking, to blame the targeted individual, and blame is occurring in the form of mental illness being assigned to them. And that's absurd, as I've shown the pattern of conduct. So the entity is maintaining the fake sun and doing so over the entrance of my workplace at 1810 North Alvarado Street at 5 p.m. and then maintaining the fake sun outside of my bedroom window what I'm capturing on video, and that's what you just listened to. And that's where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking. That's where the Ontario International Airport is proven to be gang stalking everywhere I'm going. Now they're flying over the OVITT Family Community Library, advancing north as I advance north, as opposed to flying over the 280 North Limit Apartments. So I'm in the back parking lot, and that's where you're proving that the entity is stalking, and stalking in the most spectacular, the most psychotic means, using an airport and using commercial airline planes like Southwest Airlines is doing on video. The entities engaging in the pattern of conduct with the people of the state who are also proven to be stalking, while that fake sun moves to be in alignment, and the demons of the Ontario International Airport flying commercial planes move to be in alignment to me, and the people of the state are also stalking as a population as I move. That's where they're concentrating activity, and it is providing greater context and an education. This is actually stalking by a population evident through that specific environment, and it's the same at nightfall. All right, they're driving in light that's manifesting in the shade. They're driving under a fake sun that's present over the building for 8 hours. They're driving around and flying over me where I move, and that enduring fake sun moves where I move. The entity is not sharing in that experience. That's not this natural environment that everyone is under all day long, and it is also evidence that I have a documented record of, which is supernatural. And the entity that's driving around me, while they drive off, the fake sun remains over me and not over them. Where the demons of the Ontario Police Department are remaining in relevant position in gang stalking with the people of the state, while they are monitoring both directly and vicariously. And it is both the City of Ontario and the people of the state that are presenting evidence against the Ontario Police is being disbanded. And so that's why I'm honing my analysis in on that particular criminal, because that agency is being handled. The state of California is being prosecuted. The Ontario Police Department is being treated with a prosecution that includes disbanding and federal prison for the kidnappers. And that's based on the government that's engaging in public corruption and exercising authority. When they're stalking with commercial planes, they're stalking with helicopters, they're stalking as a population, and they're doing so in concert with the police department that engages in what is relying on them to commit things like criminal summoning. The entities engage in what is obsessive surveillance, evident through the sun being in alignment to me in my bedroom on this day in 2024 at 6:22, the same exact time where I'm capturing video of Southwest Airlines stalking me flying over 280 North Limit Apartments while I'm standing at the C Street turn circle, the entrance. And it is also evidence of stalking by the airport while they migrate north as I migrate north to the back parking lot for you to hear that plane activity while they're flying not over the 280 North Limit Apartments now, where they remain when I'm at the front entrance. They're now flying over the building of the OVITT Family Community Library, which if I was at the front entrance, they would be flying north of me. They don't fly north of me, they fly south of me. And as I migrated north to the back parking lot, that's where you're hearing the plane activity while stalkers are using commercial planes to follow me around the city, like I'm documenting at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning when they're flying south of me over 325 West G Street, where also you're not taking off in planes. Clearly they're not taking off. When you're looking at the video, Southwest Airlines is flying in a straight line. They're not inclining, they're not taking off. They're clearly cruising through the city, coming from the airport, stalking, and using commercial airline planes to engage in the pattern of conduct. And that is the evidence of stalking. When you're monitoring, that's pursuant to criminal stalking. You are stalking as an entity, and that's exactly how the government is going to be prosecuted, where it's engaged in criminal surveillance. This is what's relevant with regard to that video that you just listened to. And the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct while a bunch of psychopaths are driving all around stalking me under that fake sun. So I'm going to capture a picture of the fake sun right now because it's no longer going to be at the C Street turn circle. It is in alignment to me as I'm now at the back parking lot, which is where the demons are focusing their traffic and their movement of their vehicles, because traffic is the guise of pacing by the demon possessed that are monitoring under the fake sun. And the airport is clearly stalking, and this is what they're doing as I walk north up F Street and then E Street and D Street, following me as I walk up the street. And that is a terrorizing threat. It's also a demonstration of mental illness, and this is the evidence that's going to serve to both diagnose and prosecute the entity. That is so psychotic and delusional. The government is providing evidence in the face of it already being proven that they're stalking. So, like I stated, there's no genuine controversy here with regard to you need to prove that the government is actually engaged in what is gang stalking you. Not only have I demonstrated what gang stalking is, I've already proven that the government is doing it, and the government is doing, in the face of that, the weight of proof is already provided and a wealth of it, a surplus of it, and the entity is still gang stalking, and this is merely because the federal government has not arrested people yet. The federal government has not committed raids yet. The federal government has not put out any warrants with regard to putting them on notice that you're going to be arrested. You're subject to an investigation. We're watching you. They haven't suffered any consequences, in other words. And so with regard to my documentation, which is the ongoing investigation, that is complete. The entity is subject to their being watched while they're gang stalking me in the face of evidence that it also knows and the federal government knows that they are keeping under surveillance. The demons that are gang stalking in commercial planes, they're going to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. The people of the state that are gang stalking with the police, the people of the state that are gang stalking repeatedly, systematically, with an intolerable level of facilitation, such as at your place of work or at your residence, they're going to federal prison. And the entity is providing the body of evidence for what it is that I have stated are the consequences, and the federal government is watching the entity commit that and watching them satisfy why that is the result. Okay? The entity is engaging in what is acting in furtherance of committing murder. They're trying to, the entity was gang stalking me with the intention to murder me and gang stalking me with the intention to defame me in order to kidnap me in a facility. But for the evidence of the P.O.C., but for my own investigation, this is exactly what the entity intended to do. This is why the Ontario Police has committed multiple kidnappings, unsuccessful in diagnosing any mental illness. There's no mental illness diagnosis when you're being kidnapped. And also when you're I'm not even communicating with these demons. I know the law and you don't have to speak with them and you're not rendering any diagnosis. And you certainly aren't when you're committing a criminal act. I'm in your presence because you're kidnapping and you're gang stalking while you're kidnapping. The entity is going to be prosecuted. Every type of kidnapper, the kidnappers in the hospitals, the kidnappers in the jails, the kidnappers of the police department, they're going to prison. The kidnappers that summon the gang stalking police, they're going to prison. All right, the federal prison. The entity is engaging in this, and it is currently 6:42 p.m. I'm going to capture the fake sun because this is where the Ontario International Airport migrated, like I migrated, to fly next to me, because that's what they're doing. They're stalking. And that is the unspeakable level of what is entirely sick and demented conduct that's designed to psychologically torture. And it's supposed to drive the ordinary target individual into a cycle of like mental psychosis. And it's not. What it is doing, it is providing the foundation for an epic prosecution, because these gang stalking pilots are going to federal prison. That's where they're going. I'm going to prosecute the city of Ontario for domestic terrorism, and that airport actually is to be shut down because it's demonstrating, like the police department is demonstrating, it's actually a threat to the public rather than needed. The public and the state is better off without it, since it's engaging in and devoted to and committed to criminal conduct. Even when an American citizen stands up and resists it and proves the lawlessness of that entity, and they're engaging in the face of that. That's speaking to their mental illness, but you need to know that these are demons. That defiance, it's because they're demon possessed as well. But nonetheless, you're going to prosecute in the physical. When you prosecute in the physical, what is a spiritual condition? You refer to that as mental illness, and you refer to that, you deal with that through a prosecution for their actions, for their conduct, which they're held accountable for. The entity is gang stalking me, by the way, by planes and by the people of the state, where I'm feet away from the Ontario City Hall. That's engaged in the pattern of conduct. Paul Leon is a gang stalker. The LND WAPNER is a gang stalker. I'm literally feet away from the College of Law, University of Laverne, a bunch of gang stalking wannabe attorneys that are already engaging in lawless behavior. And this is an institution that's to be, first of all, removed from the ability to even provide what is receive an accredited status, because the institution is gang stalking. And secondly, being engaged in the pattern of conduct is removal from the ability to even take the California bar, where I'm documenting the city of Ontario gang stalking. There's policies for every type of gang stalker, every type of terrorist. The entity that's gang stalking with the Ontario City Hall, they're being removed from office. They're gang stalking feet away. This is where the Paul Leon knows that the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking. There's no planes taking off over the library. There's no planes that are taking off from Terminal 2 and Terminal 4 by hovering over miles away from the airport, by flying over 280 North Limit Apartments. And as I move north, then they migrate north to fly next to me. That's why you heard it when I started recording. I'm going to go ahead and capture this fake sun. And this is, again, what I'm documenting at this point. I've already documented. I said years ago, first of all, I started my prosecution with the government, because you get to the people through the government. All right. That's a vast means of prosecution, and it's a vast system. Gang stalking, it's through everyone, and there's no exception. And the evidence, I have to support that, because I understand that statement, and you have to prove it, and I've already proven it. It is everyone. Not only that, the entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct through the government, and as I documented and established that the government is stalking, I said before, I'm going for the people of the state because they are gang stalking, and I'm going to prosecute the population. They're not getting away with it because the government is doing it through them. I'm going to get the people, and I'm going to get the government that's acting directly as well. And I've also done that. I've established the pattern of conduct that is speaking to no exception for a prosecution. The entire city is engaged in criminal monitoring, and that pattern of conduct, that it's supernatural, by the way, pattern of conduct, that malicious pattern of conduct that the public officials, that every level of government is engaging in, and every household, every person is sharing in it without exception. And the duration of time that I've been documenting is also supporting that. The entity, without exception, no matter what city, no matter what county I go to, I have always been documenting the P.O.C, never having an exception. And if there was, I would have spoken on it. I definitely would have spoken on that. There's an exception here. There's an anomaly. We've got a variable here. Never happened, not one time. All right, replete with the engineered light, with the fake sun, with the gang stalking by helicopter. The entirety of the P.O.C. and every hallmark. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct with the people of the state, and the entity is going to be prosecuted in all the ways in which, and with the policies that I have spoken of, and which justice requires. Okay, this mental illness is at the forefront of the prosecution for federal group stalking and monitoring, because it is exclusive. It is only the mentally ill, that is the demon possessed, are engaged in criminal monitoring. It's a demonic system. It's a demonic environment. It's a demonic behavioral pattern. And it is the outward demonstration of mental illness, that is demon possession. It is only demons that are engaging what is driving by you and light flying around you. It is only demons that are engaging what is pacing under a fake sun. Demons that are following you around while that fake sun remains over you. Engaging in what is the simultaneity of activity creation. As you move, they create noise. As you move, noise is created in the environment where they're driving around and light is flinging all. Those are demons. That's the demon possessed. All right, and they're engaged in what is federal stalking. Just like this third party here, charging up his vehicle in the parking lot, which is crossing path, light activity creation, operation of a communication device in the specific environment where the fake sun is remaining over me in the parking lot, and he is engaged in targeting with the government, including the Ontario Police Department. Now, I want to be clear, the Ontario Police Department is so heavily documented, they're gang stalking through every person. It's vicarious criminal conduct. Technically, it's federal prison for any and everybody that I document. But I have already stated that it's impracticable to put every single person, every person in the city of Ontario in federal prison. But I want to be clear, based on the level of criminality and impunity of the city of Ontario, the evidence, the criminal conduct supports that. But license HCKH064, monitoring with that motorcycle. He's walking through the parking lot. He's walking in engineered light. He's monitoring while the people are aiding in activity creation. This is what the government does with plane activity. That's what the government does with helicopter activity. That's what the government does with train activity. So he has a demon-possessed third-party co-defendant pacing around with the motorcycle while he's walking through the parking lot under the fake sun. The City of Ontario is using vehicles in the parking lot with their hazard lights. I'm surrounded by City of Ontario vehicles, and I'm going to capture the fake sun that moved as I went to the back parking lot. And it's no longer over the at the entrance area of the OVITT Family Community Library, which is evidence of the Ontario International Airport, like I documented last night. They're not flying over. Excuse me, they are flying over. They are not taking flight, taking off, and neither are any planes that are taking off from the airport hovering through the city over the buildings. You take off from an airport and you go towards your destination, flying at a heightened elevation over the city. I've been on plenty of flights, national and international. The entity is clearly stalking. That's a common sense. But even more than that, it's going to be a detailed prosecution. You're going to hand over your operations. It's going to be a very detailed, because that's going to be a part of the study. This is a expository with regard to gang stalking and how it operates. And it's going to go into the details of what the entity is doing and what my documentation shows. You could lie all you want, because my documentation is adding to what is a federal government that has integrity, by the way, and that is not going to be controlled by voodoo, and is not going to accept the sexual advances of this 62-year-old hag, Tracy Banks, this lying demon, having sex with as many people that she could recruit to gang stalk me and conspire against me to steal my property by going outside of the boundaries of the ways in which the courts operate and what the law requires you to do, because you've been incentivized in one way or another by a demon. None of this is going to happen. There's going to actually be justice, and the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. That's the bottom line. Let me get this fake sun right here. It's 6. Let me get the time. It is 6:50 p.m. where the fake sun is remaining over the same parking lot. Even while I'm at the back parking lot of OVITT Family Community Library, there is no sun that's going to be over the same property. This is still the same big picture. I'm going from 507 North Euclid Avenue to the OVITT Family Community Library. I'm there documenting the fake sun as of around 10 o'clock in the morning. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hours, over 8 hours. We're going, approaching, it's 6:50 p.m. Over 8 hours within it's a 4-minute walk when I walk north of Euclid Avenue. 0.4 miles. If you looked at my documentation highlights on the website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com for June 19, 2025. Things that need to be brought to your attention. Pay attention to this. The fake sun remained on one street that runs north and south in Ontario, California, over me for 8 hours as I went from Starbucks to this library where the fake sun remains. Remember yesterday, my latest image of the fake sun was at 4 p.m. Today it's going to be right now at 6:50 something. As soon as I finish this analysis, 6:51, probably 6:52. This is the entity that's keeping the fake sun within the same locale with this duration of time. And this is again, the entity has the fake sun outside of my bedroom window in Los Angeles on this day last year, which is how you know that the Los Angeles Police Department is gang stalking and the people of the state in Los Angeles are gang stalking. This is a statewide P.O.C. as I give you the P.O.C. in a city where I'm located. That's getting to what is a specific environment. The venue of Los Angeles is gang stalking, which I've very thoroughly documented as well. But this is getting toward Ontario's gang stalking, while you have the asinity of having the sun over me between two venues, not deviating from leaving. And it's within a radius of 0.4 miles. The entire city of Ontario is gang stalking, including Paul Leon and the Ontario City Hall, which is steps away from the OVITT Family Community Library where this fake sun is still here. Gang stalking and terrorizing me with the Ontario International Airport. Okay, that is flying over the same building where Paul Leon is adjacent. You know why that gang stalking demon, that fake pastor, that criminal that calls himself a mayor isn't saying anything? Because he's gang stalking. That's why. It is currently 6:52 p.m. where the Ontario International Airport's gang stalking as I navigate north, P.O.C. Want you to hear that? And I'm going to go ahead and capture images now of the Ontario International Airport migrating as I migrate, stalking. Alrighty, and what you'll see, you heard it on podcast, and what you'll see is simultaneity of conduct. A demon is moving a vehicle, a demon is moving in the path around me, while a demon is heightened in elevation in the sky space. This is what the entity does with helicopters. They're pacing all around on the ground. This is what they do with planes, pacing all around on the ground, while the fake sun you'll see is not at the front entrance anymore. License 9LEU676 P.O.C. This is the entity in the same parking lot where the fake sun is at for 8 hours, and this is the government providing clear and plain, obvious documentation and evidence of targeting, which is evident through the environment that is supernatural. And the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking as I call out this demon, this fake pastor, this criminal, this oxymoronic imbecile, this gang stalking mayor, Paul Leon. As I say his name, the entity amplifies plane activity. As I say Alan D. Wapner's name last night, the entity amplifies helicopter activity and flies over my head. Remember that? That's the entity that's engaged in real-time surveillance. And the Ontario International Airport is being shut down since they're devoting the use of planes and an international airport for gang stalking me, for targeting me. That's what they have a bunch of fuel and a big old planes for, and that's what you're devoting it to. It's not needed. They're systematically engaging in surveillance in Ontario using an entire airport for me. And you know why? Because what it is that I'm revealing to you is the absolute truth. And that's the bottom line with that. Why? Because you can go to why is the entity gang stalking? Because I've proven it. What is the why? Because I'm telling you the truth about what you need to know regarding Satan and the demon possessed that are engaged in criminal conduct that's a threat to the national security. License 6HFS746. And you'll see uploaded to the Google Drive the fake sun that deviates to the opposite side of the building, where it is on the same street, however, but it moves to the opposite side while I go to the back parking lot, which is where the airport goes. Migrates as I migrate. That's stalking. License DC22Z78 on a Tesla, 9GDN412. License 9GLP996. License EEOOR48, that's a paper plate. License 9JJS790. License 8AOV402, 9SAG419, 6DAU669. 5 P.L.C. 909, IVBANGR 4EBJ 348, 8ZXA 510, 8TSV 488, 6XOG 282, excuse me, that's 6KOG 282, 8VIF 090, 9AHR 096, 9BXU 813, 6ASW 451, 8CMA 235, 8VCC 907, 8WFM 519, 8XQC 974, 9BQB 520, 9NOF 329, 9GBH 524, 6ZWL 544, 7DZX 202, and this is 9BVP 117, 9JLR 973, 9DBR 029. I'm going to capture impossible light activity on the inside of this parking garage. I'm in a structure in impossible light where they're driving around. They're not focused on parking, they're stalking. License 9KMR 470. It's 6:57 p.m. All right, this is additional evidence of surveillance. This is impossible light, so you can see. This is impossible light. This is in the shade, all right? And it's over here on the wall. The shadow gate, that's crossing path monitoring. They don't have to look at you or talk to you. They know exactly where you're at. The entity is stalking an environment, and this is supernatural. I'm inside of a building, a parking structure, and at that, the fake sun is outside, all right? Not by outside, but it's in no sight. So the entity is engaging what is aiming light. It has nothing to do with the fake sun. I give you these examples so that you understand at a big picture, when you see light on the building, it's not sunlight. This is an entirely demonic environment where surveillance is underway. And you also know that because the fake sun remains over me in a building for 8 hours and follows as I go. This is P.O.C. This is inside of the parking garage, and I'm documenting the license plates while the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking me openly in evidence that I'm going to use against the people of the state and prosecute them while they hand over the evidence. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing video of impossible light activity appearing in the shade inside of the parking structure where I am documenting the people of the state, not private citizens. And gang stalking is underway as the government demonstrates and as the people of the state pacing around that C Street turn circle, openly engaged in terrorism, stalking me openly, and you openly document where the government is stalking you. That's exactly what you do in response to being stalked by the government. License plate. Oh yeah, I read that one already. License 8SOU 851. It is currently 6:59 p.m. Remember, altogether, the entity is sharing in the criminal activity creation. They're engaging in what is terrorizing me with impossible light activity as an entity. They're engaged in stalking me in commercial airline planes, which is designed to psychologically torture you, to create and inflict incalculable and, I would say, permanent harms. I mean, who stalks somebody in commercial planes? The city of Ontario does, the state of California does. But that is, again, a rhetorical question. 9LKK048. The entity is accountable for all of its acts as one, and I'm documenting license plates right now. DF83U05. That's a paper plate. The entity shares in what is stalking in the bathroom, monitoring my vagina. The entity shares in what is harassment. The entity shares in what is terrorism, domestic terrorism. The entity shares in what is acting with that level of disregard and defiance in the face of evidence, like no stalker shall, and avoid being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, they share in that. They share in all of that. And I'm documenting the license plates right now, the people of the state, more of the people of the state. It's 7:01 p.m. All right, you will see positioning with regard to the people of the state. License 8D89564 is engaging what is pacing with that demon. You'll see in the images that I just took, a blue vehicle is in alignment with me as I walk outside of the parking garage. That's a demon that is stalking in the path, and the vehicle is a method of light activity in doing so. And remember, this is an entirely engineered environment. License 5GJL381, and the people of the state with minor children monitoring with this demon that's in the blue vehicle stalking in the path is 9FWD463, 8PVX258. Again, that's 9FWD463. License 7FKG986. License 6MUD735. And this is all criminal conduct by the Ontario Police Department. 8CNH350. The Ontario Police, that does with the same level of impunity, keeps flying over my head, following me around in the city by helicopter while they know also that I'm recording it on video. 8VQV603. 5SSK313, 9TKV654, and I believe I read these while I was in the parking garage, 9CYN462, and 9JLR973, and this is paper DE82E96, that's a paper plate. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in what is targeting, and that targeting is proven through the environment. And that's an environment that you would ordinarily be ignorant about. And they are sharing in mental illness. The entity is obsessively stalking. While you see the fake sun, it's not traffic, they're stalking. They're doing so while in possible light. License 9PZN584 is remaining around me. They're also not strangers. There are mentally ill psychopaths who are obsessed with me, and they are obsessed with my vagina as well. They want to stalk, they pace around monitoring obsessively and maliciously with a predatory mindset that you're a predator stalking and monitoring in a bathroom. License 9TLB666 and license 9TFV362, license 6CYJ395, 8JDX328, 8FJC001, 9BKV658, 4GOG124, 7NVK942. Magnified size of shadows while these third parties walk by. License NGNMEMO is monitoring with them, and so is PWRRNGR. That's supposed to be a Power Ranger. I don't think Power Rangers were demons, and I don't think that they were gang stalking, and I also don't think that they were like 750 pounds and stalking women in bathrooms. Just my note. When I was a kid, I don't think that the Power Rangers were doing that. License 7TIS. Oh, license plate is actually 9TLB666, not Power Ranger. He has Power Ranger on the front. License 7TIS503, 6LES047, 7MXZ534, 9SAR972, 8FSM468, 8ZOE847. And again, 9TLB666 is stalking at the intersection. The state controls the lights. So they're stopping at the intersection. Very diligent light activity conduct when they're stalking. License 79884W2. And again, this is the entity that is gang stalking under that fake sun. They're all driving an engineered light. This is an environment maintained for the corporate criminal act of federal group stalking and monitoring, federal stalking, surveillance on devices, surveillance while they engage in terrorism with impossible light, and then they speed off and go on with the rest of their day. This is the lawlessness, this is the violence that the people of the state engage in when they're gang stalking an American citizen. All right, the entity is doing so with knowledge of the fact that also that it's being documented. It is currently, by the way, where I am at the parking garage, going back to my property, but it is currently six. Hold on one second. My screen is 7:05 p.m. Sorry. The entity that's moving its vehicles, I went through the parking lot, I read their license plates. They know what I'm doing. Them going to their vehicles and getting their vehicles and moving them is activity creation. The entity is always obsessively monitoring. There is at no point where they're like, okay, I'll stop. You know, that's not what's going on. They're engaging in activity creation. They are always, and this is why the Ontario Police is being disbanded. That's exactly why. It is currently, by the way, again, like I stated the time already, it's 7:06 p.m. The entity is gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport that's flying over the 280 North Limit Apartments, and then as I migrate north, well, you'll see in the images that fake sun migrates north, and so does the Ontario International Airport, then flying over the back portion of the OVITT Family Community Library. There are no planes ever taking off over the library or over the City Hall or over this 280 North Limit, the senior citizen complex, or over Woodside Senior Apartments, or a senior citizen complex. Neither is the sun remaining over Woodside Senior Apartments at Tracy Banks' apartment from 6:33 p.m. until 6:18 p.m., like I documented in a natural environment, but for criminal monitoring. License, AZKU 694. And there is never any circumstance where sunlight is ricocheting and flying in the air while you are driving a car, while you are in your bedroom, and it's creating like a light show on your ceiling, like I documented in my bedroom, where LAPD is gang stalking me in Los Angeles with the people of the state at Alvarado Gardens. That is the same exact pattern of conduct. And light is a core. It is the core. Engineered light is where, first of all, engineered light is everywhere. Secondly, you need to understand, in this environment that is not as natural as you thought, it's very supernatural, and it's demonic. It's pursuant to criminal monitoring. And in this environment, that engineered light is the reason why it's everywhere is because monitoring is happening everywhere. And the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and it's so peculiar, it's so unique that that's when you're looking at it is a very precise and consistent pattern of conduct. And the people of the state that I'm documenting are sharing in that P.O.C. I can go around and document more right now, just with regard to I want to specifically identify members of this population that are sharing in terrorism and sexual violence and harassment as a government. But I have enough. I could do that at any time. But I wanted to get that. They're sharing in conduct with the City of Ontario and with the Ontario Police Department. They don't have to sound their sirens to be gang stalking as a police department. It's an entity. And number two, the entity that acts through the Ontario Police when they want to communicate a threat specifically. And it is that because, first of all, what the law enforcement represents, even though this is not legitimate law enforcement, these are gang stalkers, and there shall be a distinction made between criminals that are engaging in what is terrorism and masquerading as law enforcement while they're abusing authority, and actual legitimate law enforcement. There's a difference. But you are representing law enforcement, where you are in that role and abusing your position, that's a communication of a threat upon gang stalking. And that's intentionally communicated to harass, to threaten, to intimidate, and also to psychologically torture. They're doing so also with regard to what they've committed. You're always analyzing the stalker. The entity is engaging in what is stalking with the police that have committed multiple kidnappings and lied on my character, lied about acts that never happened, and did so with the people of the state, all right? The entity is not flying over the library now. It's flying, but again, south of me, over the 280 North Limit Apartments, flying over the Ontario City Hall, flying over the Ontario Senior Center, and flying over the the 280 North Limit Senior Citizen Complex, which is next to me. The demons are stalking me. They want to be next to me while they're stalking with audible activity. And all the license plates that I'm documenting, the people of the state are sharing in that terrorism together. The people of the state are being prosecuted. They are facilitating the government's criminal engagement and monitoring pursuant to what is stalking as an entity. The sex offender is the entity, and the one that's engaging in what is ceaseless harassment of a federal nature is the entity. And the people of the state are directly engaged in that. Every license plate that I just read is sharing in that criminal engagement and the unheard of, the unprecedented act of terrorism of stalking and monitoring using commercial airline planes. So don't forget that. And it is currently 7:10 p.m. Every life, that's why you document the people that say, that's why I don't, it is the City of Ontario, it is a statewide P.O.C, it is a prosecution of the population. I'm going to prosecute the government, I'm prosecuting the state. But the people of the state, by name, I want to specifically name the terrorists by name who are out here engaging in the terrorism. It's going on your record. It's going to be public knowledge. That which the entity thought was going to remain a secret, it's not remaining a secret. And what you were willing to do in the dark, you're going to do it before the multitudes. People that do not find gang stalking to be acceptable, people that do find it to be a problem that you work at a certain place and area and in a certain field when you were documented engaging in this criminal act against an American citizen that documented you. It's going to be public information. Your attitude when you were documented engaging
engaging in it, the way that you approved it, and the way that you sought to further harass and terrorize someone when they were enforcing their rights against you having no right to do so. It's going to be documented the maniacal and malicious mental illness that's exhibited while you're gang stalking as the population, keeping your face and your back to the target individual while you are clearly stalking. The fact that you exhibit that sort of behavioral health issue, that's going to be relevant in public information. You don't have any privacy gang stalking. This is built to disincentivize the system that's committed by the entity. And that's why you document the entity by address, by images. If I got your social security number, it's going up. If I have your images, it's going up. You don't have any privacy. It's the entity. They're hiding behind the face of the entity. This is why they send out the planes and the helicopters when you document these cowards, these punks. They're scared to death. They push on the gas as soon as I come around the corner to document license plate. These demons know exactly who I am, and that's also proven because of the fake sun, because of the light that's flying all over the place. They're raging psychopaths. And that's not different with the police department. Okay, the entities engaging in stalking me where they know that I'm sleeping as well, that's going to be known that you're stalking a woman in the middle of the night. You're stalking, engaging in violence against a woman for no legitimate purpose whatsoever. Not that there is one, even if you think a woman did wrong to you, just period, just as an aside. But that's going to be known about what the people of the state do. And this is also why I document the acts of violence that the people of the state commit. You need to understand that it is a pattern of conduct that's not individual with regard to that person. That yes, that individual chose to do that. And yes, another individual might not choose to do that, but you need to understand that it's a shared pattern of conduct, and the entity commits that act of violence together with the intent to do so. And they are all psychopaths deriving pleasure from inflicting harm. That's why they're all gang stalking in a manner that's supposed to be so malicious. It's supposed to be so wrapped tight. Okay, it's supposed to be so classified that no one's ever supposed to know about it. These are imbeciles, like I said. They're idiots. These are literally buffoons. This is the dumbest system. The only reason why the entity's gotten away with it is because they murder people, they silence them, they're sitting around kidnapped somewhere, they're sitting around defamed somewhere. So what they're stating, what they're alleging is being automatically written off. They are not geniuses. They're psychopaths, they're demons, they are wicked, they're evil people. And that's not an exaggeration. That is not an exaggeration. These are the living dead, stalking one person together, and then they hold the hands of children and they go home with whoever they go home with. And this is how the living dead live their lives. This is how the corrupt government conducts business in the city. Gang stalking is embedded into society here. It's terrorism. Terrorism that is occurring in the United States, domestic terrorism. And this is, again, homegrown terrorists. And it's not a surprise when they go around shooting up buildings, when they go around bombing places, when they go around engaging in acts of vast violence against as many people as they possibly can. This is the entity that's demon-possessed, that's monitoring and targeting people. That's not a surprise. This is what's breeding out here. All right, it's currently, again, 7:14 p.m. This is documentation of the people of the state that are gang stalking me with the city of Ontario. They're all psychopaths engaging what is targeting me, stalking me, harassing me as one, and doing so while they know exactly who I am. And that's the evidence of the fake sun and the evidence of that impossible light that is occurring everywhere that I go, including in Los Angeles on this day when LAPD is gang stalking. And that's the prosecution of the state. This prosecution is already complete. I've already proven the fact of gang stalking, and I've also laid out in a palatable manner how it is executed. And also what's the sick mind state behind the gang stalker, behind the demon-possessed actor. It is currently 7:14 p.m. at the OVITT Family Community Library, 215 East C Street in Ontario, California. This is P.O.C. And crossing paths with the people of the state at the turn circle under the fake sun. 7:15 p.m. That's the Ontario International Airport, hovering over 280 North Lemon Apartments in Ontario, California, in relevant position to me. That's audible activity, light activity, and relevant positioning shared with the people of the state. This is a prosecution of the state of California. That's P.O.C.
All right, criminal summoning. At the moment that I log onto Wi-Fi, that's Ontario Wi-Fi. The City of Ontario is engaged in federal stalking, and the government's going to be prosecuted for that as well. The City of Ontario engages in the criminal misuse of emergency vehicles in doing so. That's Ontario Fire, American Medical Response, and the Ontario Police. Engage in surveillance, and I'm the one whom they're stalking. Where the fake sun is where they're concentrating sirens, and they're doing so with simultaneity to logging onto Ontario Wi-Fi, where the government is engaged in federal stalking, and doing so with the intent to obstruct justice, affect my ability to access the internet. When I'm documenting its co-defendant, the people, and I'm documenting the government directly gang stalking. And that is, again, why the police engaging in this level of criminal conduct with this intent to obstruct is going to be disbanded as well. And that is the same when the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and the police department shares in that pattern of conduct. That police department is being disbanded. It's 7:20 p.m. Criminal summoning, that's P.O.C. License 9 CEB 103, 8 CRU 199, 9 HET 809, 8 PPY 742, 8 ZQD 304. Eight EWF, 8 EWE 564, yeah. 6BZC 713, PO 96RO, PO 96RO. All right, at the VOS Church, this fake church where demons congregate, stalking in perfect alignment with me, pursuant to the pattern of conduct, not coincidentally, using a vehicle, somebody getting in their vehicle and turning on their lights, getting into it, turning on the brake lights while they're stalking in the path of light. This is gang stalking conduct. This is at the VOS Church where I was standing this morning where the fake sun was over me, and where I have been at the same intersection at 7 in the morning, fake sun over me, and where I have been at 6:10 in the evening, fake sun over me. Fake sun is an indicator regarding surveillance, and the behavioral pattern is demonstrating the maintenance of light, the maintenance of presence, and the maintenance of activity. All right, so let me get this license plate, this diligent demon over here, give her due credit with regard to a federal case, license 9BCW370, 9BGW370, P.O.C. at VOS Church. This is the corner where Ontario Police Department flies over me by helicopter, flies in relevant position by helicopter, while the fake sun at the same OVITT Family Community Library that it was at 10 in the morning is over the same building, VOS Church, VOZ Church. It's a fake church. They're a bunch of demons. License 8SSB397. P.O.C. License 8SZG560, 8RZD270. The entity sounding train activity so that they can monitor me as I walk on Laurel and C Street. P.O.C. Seven NM2201. 7NM2201. 7JTD013. The entity's pattern of conduct informs the targeted individual. It informs the government regarding what the entity is doing. While one demon is meeting you at the corner, stalking in the path, everybody else knows where you're at as well and is monitoring as well. License 8XDX370. And I also happen to know specific knowledge because I've documented almost the entirety of the city of Ontario. It is currently 8:09 p.m. Five LHY791, 9 PYL497, 7S41783. License, terrorizing with impossible light activity. This is Utah plate, G833LV. All the demons gang stalking together as a neighborhood. License 9RVE384, meeting at the corner. License 6GLG797, meeting at the corner. License
9DEH 041, 7B21506. They're all meeting at the corner. This is all stalking. 8AIB 534, and this is Ontario Police's criminal conduct. License 7J10398, license 8HCV137, license 8LEX 422, 9CDU 446, 7XED 156, 7AGA 494, 6UEL 919, 8JNN 698, 5VQA 201. I don't want to leave you out, sir or ma'am. 8TCC 938, 9LGJ 845, 88929W3. I believe this is the same demon gang stalking at the Wells Fargo. So this may be where this demon lives. I'm at 9HIM 561. This is BONITA and the cross street. It may or may not be. I'd have to look in the records. This is why I document everything. 7MOC 569, 6NYE 846, 7UXM 399, 5YYZ 874. And they're all monitoring while they're being documented. Another demon stalking in the path with light. The demons do not learn. Let me get the rest of the neighborhood. 7BNJ 902, 6GBY 364, 5UOB 911, 8HLZ 089, I'll confirm that one, 8NZD 348, and stalking in the path with light, and at the opposite end as well, license 6UHK 654, license 6GUC 532, 8MZA 149, 8XRZ 158. This is terrorism while demons surround you, stalking with the ominous light conduct. This is terrorism. And it's Ontario PD's criminal conduct. They're being disbanded. This is Idaho plate 2C SI03P, license 7XSM 690, 9NKR 652. All right, this is a Latina female driving this black, used, dusty Mercedes, where she's gang stalking in it, license 6UHK 654, in operation of her communication device, engaging in federal stalking. It is currently, by the way, 8:18 p.m. The entire Ontario Village Shopping Center is monitoring. License plate 8BXY 907. There's the signature. All right, and the entire entity is engaged in stalking with the Ontario International Airport. Now you're seeing the pattern of conduct. Very obvious. And the demon in the black Mercedes, she's stalking with light in the path. This is impunity. That's federal prison. Just letting you know, impunity is the signature of somebody that needs to be locked up. The entity is flying over the Stater Brothers parking lot. Not over the museum now, not over the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, not flying over the Ontario Town Square where they were taking off east of that location. They were taking off an elevation over there. Now they're low enough and they're still perpetually taking off throughout the city everywhere. This is what the Ontario International Airport is doing. License 6UHK 654 is terrorizing and gang stalking, engaging in psychological torture with the Ontario International Airport, the city of Ontario, which includes the Ontario Police Department, which is a basis. I can prosecute for prison for gang stalking me with the police. 7XSM 690. P.O.C. License 5DTH 050. This is the unintelligent system of gang stalking. Very unintelligent. This is what I'm stating. The Ontario International Airport is just perpetually taking, they're taking off. They're rising in elevation everywhere in the city where I'm at. Everywhere. There is no actual takeoff from terminals. They're rising over every location where I'm at. That's the pattern of conduct I've been documenting and scrutinizing for years. It's asinine. It is an obvious method of documenting stalking by the airport, which is going to be shut down. 9NKR 652. Coming around the back, driving around the bend to come and gang stalk and molest with light. This sex offender's license plate is 6RHD 619. Latino male. With the Latina female in the passenger seat. 6RHD 619, an old ragged Corolla. Cannot afford an appropriate looking vehicle, but gang stalking. and is probably receiving government assistance and is gang stalking. These are the priorities of the demon possessed in Ontario. License OF8422, that's Oregon. 7HPG542, 9SBH561, stalking with light, 9EFZ258, 9CED629, 9SMZ523, 4MOV931, 7UFY269, 7BZV806, 8VBY906. This entire Ontario Village Shopping Center is gang stalking with the City of Ontario, as the airport uses a commercial plane and is stalking me, flying over, sharing in the elements of monitoring with them, where they're all engaging in terrorism, terrorizing me together. A bunch of demons are sitting in the parking lot, going to and from their vehicles with regard to monitoring elements. When the elements are underway, everything is serving that criminal purpose. You're pacing and you're maintaining the elements around me, where they all know where I'm at. License 9GNY101, license 7UOC514. Remember that the entity is maintaining ongoing plane activity because the people of the state are monitoring with it. 1A VCF1U, that's Idaho. Stalking in the path with light, that's a Latino male in operation of a communication device, gang stalking. License 7JDM779, amplified audible activity, stalking with light. That is African American in that vehicle. A car full of them, all of them operating communication devices. Every single last one of them, every seat is filled up. 7JDM779. That amplified traffic is activity creation. License 8XXE791, P.O.C. All right, this is the population sharing and gang stalking, stalking in the path with light. 7LN, I can't really see that one. 8EQK616 is gang stalking with that demon. License plate 9PTC934 with a minor child. 9HVA206, 7WHK439. Stater Brothers, by the way, and the Ontario Village Shopping Center is, first of all, across the street from the Starbucks at 706 West Holt Boulevard, where I'm documenting the fake sun after 7 p.m. And while I'm there in the morning a few days ago, this is the different Starbucks, not the one at 507 North Euclid Avenue, the one that's off of San Antonio and Holt, where I'm documenting the fake sun from morning until evening as well. The same exact pattern of conduct, where the entity engages in what is keeping it today over the OVITT Family Community Library, the fake sun remaining over this Ontario Village Center for the duration of the day as well, replete with helicopter, stalking by helicopters, stalking with planes, and they're all stalking with light. 9BTM709, monitoring, and so is Stater Brothers. 9TVJ872, so is every commercial actor inside of this plaza. El Pollo Loco, Habit. I documented that gang stalking manager in the morning with the Ontario International Airport when I was walking to the Starbucks. And the entity is flying over by plane while that demon's engaged in this stalking in the path with light, using their vehicles chiefly. This is how the demon possessed do. And you're mindful of the light activity because their headlights don't create floating, moving shadows and multiple shadows, all right, and magnified size shadows. They're demons who are stalking, they're monitoring. 8ZKR900. This is a federal case for every single license plate I'm reading, every single last one. You could start with Title 18, every single last one catching a case. License 9TVJ872. License 5, that's audible activity, 5KXY587. And it is currently, I'm on the cameras of Stater Brothers. Hello. I'm on the cameras of Stater Brothers, entering in, and I'm referring to the cameras. This is P.O.C. Everybody in this grocery store is monitoring me. P.O.C. It is currently 8:24 p.m. (26521M2 6ZJS420) waiting for me. License 7REU603. 9HFG628 door closures waiting for me. Turning on the headlights waiting for me. 7SGC424. Literally stalking conduct of a community. The Ontario Police is being disbanded for this criminal conduct of the people of the state. 9GWC841. This is the harm that a gang stalking that a corrupt police department poses to the public. 7ZIK803 into an American citizen that is subject to this level of criminal activity. License 6NDN070. This is a threat to your life. They're all sitting around stalking so that they can make noise around you, stalk with light, touch you with light, the mind state of a sex offender. License 9HCY484. Nine PVB 229 7GTR 132 5UBS 930 P.O.C. Oh, 9TZV 507 P.O.C. Seven GTR 132. Okay, so I didn't read that license plate already. 8:45 p.m. FL220AAY. That's an Indiana plate. I'm gonna take a picture of that. All right, it is currently 10:28 p.m. The people of the state at this is the village, University Village, where the Stater Brothers Plaza is. I'm going to document the people of the state engaging in surveillance in the parking lot, and the people of the state adding a soundtrack right across the street. Yeah, monitoring together. License 9TYC 639 7UOB 706 8REE 158 54449E4. And they're also sex offenders monitoring me in the bathroom. It is currently 10:28 p.m. Ontario Village, I believe is the name of this. Yeah, it's the Ontario. I will confirm the name. It's the Ontario Shopping Village that maintains the Stater Brothers as the principal store inside of the plaza. And the name escapes me right now. I've been here so many times. This is P.O.C. Leaving the Ontario Village Shopping Center. 9GOS 621. 9BUR 907. 7JSM 303. 6B 28179. 8VUE 299. Whew. 8UJK251. Uh, 9CZF324. This is surveillance, lying in wait conduct, sitting in the parking lot with lights on. They're stalking. And this is criminal conduct in concert with the Ontario Police. They're monitoring all this. This is why they're being disbanded. License plate. 9CMP 536, I believe, but I can't really see that one clearly. This one is loitering in the path. This is literally lying in wait, demonic, and it's criminal light activity. 9HAU 504, they're monitoring. License 8ELX 785, and that's a psychopath. That's a stalker for real, sitting in a dark parking lot for a woman, stalking in the dark. That's sick behavior. It's P.O.C. That's a demon with a beat up, dented up Sentra. Anyway, license plate. Nine MBK063 4YFZ414 DE97D49 paper plate, engaging in the same thing, sitting in a dark parking lot, monitoring on the communication device, sitting in a dark parking lot, monitoring with their communication. 4Z01262. They're sitting in their cars in the dark parking lot, stalking. They're not going to leave the path unattended. That's the point. Maintaining some presence in the path. Gang stalkers are predators. 9MFJ395. meeting in the path, stalking 8 VYB 879, coming from behind the shopping plaza at 10:38 p.m. to molest with light. That's a stalker that's anticipating coming to meet you, that's stalking you, and stalking with light. Those are the predators that are gang stalking, and this is criminal conduct that the Ontario Police Department incentivizes while they are gang stalking with the people of the state. Be mindful of that. Everything, all the terrorism, all the stalking conduct, all the psychopathic behavior that I'm documenting, this is shared by the Ontario Police Department. It is currently 10:38 p.m. 9 EYS 261. I want to document the people of the state. Get this address over here. These addresses, they're gang stalking. People of the state engaging in particularly disturbing stalking behavior at this intersection on Bonita. Yeah, this is 148 Bonita. I'll make sure I get the document. All right, I want to document the people that stay at 148 Bonita. This is at the intersection of Holt Boulevard, Holt and Bonita. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 shadows cast across the property, and that license plate again going into 148 Bonita. Gang stalking and molesting with light is what you'll see reflected in the images. And then this family of demons goes into their facilitating venue where they are monitoring with the state. Again, that's license 9 EYS 261. That's exactly the terroristic conduct, the criminal activity that the people of the state engage in, and do so with impunity, while the government's engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring with them. 8 LEX 422. It's 10:42 p.m. That's a sex offense committed by those over and under the age of majority. Parents with the children, gang stalking, molesting, sitting in the darkness, molesting a woman with light, that they're all stalking together on behalf of the government. That's what the people of the state engage in. P.O.C. All right, the entity engaging in what is amplified audible activity while the Ontario International Airport is amplifying plane activity, like I stated, everywhere that I'm going in the city. I'm west of the Ontario Town Square. I am, southwest of the TABOR Professional Building, and the entity is maintaining ongoing plane activity, never rising in elevation, never taking off, always doing it right where I'm at in order to hear plane engines everywhere. They're stalking, and they're stalking with the people that sound amplified audible activity, a loud bang. When I'm documenting a third-party facilitating venue 148 Bonita, and based on that retaliatory conduct, that ongoing unlawful threat, while they are all stalking with the government that is threatening me and my safety and my well-being, the Ontario International Airport repeatedly engaging in kidnapping while monitoring me with the Ontario Police Department every time they commit kidnapping, and the demons of the Ontario International Airport gang stalking pilots are stalking in the immediate sky space with commercial planes. This is a threat based on the pattern of conduct, and the entity is engaging in what is stalking. These are demons who are monitoring. So as I document, they engage in more ongoing activity, which is communication of a threat. At facilitating venue 148 Bonita, this is in between Holt Boulevard. And I'm going to document the rest of the facilitating venues as well, where the entity is flying over, where no airport is in Ontario is taking off over these houses. I'm going to document this. I've already documented them before, but I'm going to go ahead and put them in the description box and specifically document these terrorist addresses, since they think that threatening the federal prosecutor is the answer when you're being documented, and you are in the wrong with regard to being prosecuted federally, since you think that's a prudent decision. It's currently 10:45 p.m. where they're stalking a woman with the government. This is P.O.C. 9 EOV 248, molesting with light. 9 DSC 741. All right, stalking with helicopter activity, third party license 9 PVD 359 at D Street and I'll get the cross right now. License 9RRP438. This is the entity that's engaged in that ongoing psychopathic behavior, which is going to be rewarded with federal prison. As I document, you are not going to engage in what is threatening, and as you do, you're going to be disbanded as a police department, and the people of the state are going to federal prison. 00786S3 is gang stalking with the police while they're stalking in the path. As I'm walking on D Street, I'm walking north on this would be Vine. Yeah, I'm walking north on Vine, and I'm at D and Vine, and I've documented the fake sun over my head at this very intersection. The people of the state are a bunch of demons. They're all gang stalking inside of their homes right now. They're facilitating venues where the Ontario police is following in the path with a helicopter, threatening my life with this third-party license. 4AYT478 is gang stalking in the specific environment, maintaining presence, stalking me with the police who are in the aerial sky space, stalking with the helicopter, sounding it as I document the people of the state, as though that's going to stop me from documenting, as if it ever has. There are people that are on the record gang stalking with the Ontario police, and they're going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison for gang stalking with that police department. And I've been documenting the people of the state gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department all day long. It is, again, currently 10:50 p.m. Ontario police stalking in the path with helicopter at D Street. So they are east of me. So that would be, this is D Street, excuse me, this is, yeah, D. So that would be Fern. They are at Fern. They're flying in a relevant position to me at Fern, or excuse me, not necessarily next one, or the one that would be east of that street. So they are in alignment to me, stalking in the path as I'm walking north of Vine. If you look at a map, the streets running parallel to each other. The Ontario police are gang stalking, just like they were when I was at the TABOR Professional Center. And the Ontario police, being demons, were pacing back and forth at the intersection of G Street and Vine Avenue. License 6SMT122 while impossible light swirls all around, and the entity sounds train activity. And coincidentally, coming out of the home while I'm documenting their license plate, and the entities talk about helicopter and train activity. 9DMJ282. The people of the state are gang stalking where they live. You're not sheltered. You're going to be prosecuted. You're going to be prosecuted. It's currently 10:52 p.m. License 8SJV793. Six TAC 334. As you hear that impossible audible activity, the people of the state are stalking. E3. Impossible light before the demon passes with their vehicle. That's P.O.C. The entity is gang stalking with its co-defendants, and I'll read one of their license plates. Stalking with impossible light is an act of terrorism while you're stalking, admittedly. License 7SNT926. XVF007. It's 10:53 p.m. (34990E2 7MGK850) at Carriage Alley and Vine. 7WHU 692. All right, that is again at D Street and Vine, stalking with helicopter activity as I document the people of the state. At 541 Vine Avenue, stalking with helicopter activity while the Ontario Police Department are necessarily staying in relevant position as I'm walking up the street, and they are stalking in helicopter. As I document the people of the state at third-party facilitating venue, they are gang stalking and terrorizing and criminally monitoring with the Ontario Police Department at 541 North Vine Avenue in Ontario, California. It's 10:56 p.m. I want to say 9CMY003, but I can definitely see this one, 7JSA932. I can't really see that license plate. All right, this is the Courtyard Villas. The entire apartment complex is gang stalking. The entire apartment complex is in relevant position. The community is a part of the same city that is criminally monitoring with the city police that are using a helicopter right now, stalking me as I'm walking up the street. This is 10:57 p.m. right now. The entity is sounding helicopter activity while, again, Mike Lorenz's Ontario Police demonstrating mental illness while they're stalking an American citizen. That is at that documenting it as well, which also they're aware of while they try to conceal the evidence as I publish it online, and they're still stalking on a daily basis and a nightly basis. At that, a woman that they're inflicting violence upon and is engaging in what is stalking me with the whole population, which is why they're being disbanded, because this is the criminal conduct that the people of the state are engaging in with the police. License K716-904, that's an Idaho plate. At the Courtyard Villas, the entity sounding helicopter activity, which is a communication of a threat. It's audible activity pursuant to monitoring. While the entities, remember, the entities engage in voyeurism, so everything that you're hearing is intentional with regard to accomplishing monitoring. At that, the entity are a bunch of demons, they're a bunch of psychopaths that engage in audible activity creation, that which is not naturally occurring, like the train all throughout the city, like planes that are not taking off perpetually at every corner and intersection in the city of Ontario. The entity is stalking with noise, stalking with light, and stalking in the path with a people. It's gang stalking. License 7MBL111. License BG59821. Excuse me, that's 8G59821. 636 North Vine Avenue, which is the 7-Eleven, where the entity is flying over that 7-Eleven by plane and helicopter. They're gang stalking right now, and they are profiting while the gang stalkers are shopping at 7-Eleven in order to stalk in the path with the city of Ontario. License plate 9EYM325. I can't really see that one. 7PXY313. They're all on the street where the fake sun rises in the morning. License 9RFS935. This is P.O.C. and the Ontario Police Department is stalking in the path with helicopter. EB17A07. That's a paper plate on a white Mercedes. Okay, all the following are pacing around with the Ontario Police that's flying in a circle in relevant position at the 7-Eleven where I'm at. License, and it's currently 10:59 p.m. 8NXU677, 9NJB865, 9CJL17L, 9RFS935. Again, that's 9CJL171, yeah. 04867A4 and 5EMS015 P.O.C. This is the Ontario Police Department that's gang stalking and relevant position as I'm walking north up Vine Avenue, maintaining, which is what I'm documenting on podcast, maintaining relevant positioning, flying north, keeping in alignment with me while I'm documenting the demons, the people of the state gang stalking, and the unprecedented documentation evidence of a police department that is stalking in the most psychopathic and unheard of manner, which is in helicopter. And their focal point is me, like it is every other day and night, in conformity to a documented pattern of conduct by other police departments, doing so in the like what you see here. Here's my shadow here. These are multiple shadows, so you can see it's stuttered light, more than one shadow here. Let me get up close so you can see. This is the entity, and here's another shadow here. This is light activity that they're creating while they're moving. Stomping on trash. This is the same demon. If they're not natural born, they're going to be deported. And you're going to look at the helicopter on his head. This is a psychopath. He's gang stalking with the police, all right, though. This is P.O.C, and he's doing the same thing with the Ontario International Airport when I'm documenting it, like I did at 5 in the morning.
This is pattern of conduct. This is the entity maintaining activity around me in the engineer light. Like I said, those that are not natural born citizens are going to be deported. This is terrorism that the police, let me be clear, these psychopaths are flying in a circle, and this demon rushes outside to engage in what is noise creation right here in the engineer light. This is mental illness exhibited together, and the Ontario police are flying in circles, remaining here while I stop walking. While I've been walking north up Vine Avenue, the Ontario police maintaining alignment with me while I'm walking north up Vine Avenue. This is P.O.C. and this is pacing. This is pacing in relevant position. This is the outward demonstration of mental illness, and this is pacing in engineer light as well. It's the outward demonstration of mental illness, doing so in the specific environment. This is where the entity is maintaining activity, where I am at during the day. The fake sun is over me at this venue. The entity is maintaining ongoing activity, and the noise while I walk past this vehicle is a demon stalking in the path. They're acting together with regard to the light activity, and the Ontario police are flying in circles. Okay, license 9NJB865. This is the pattern of conduct. This is the public corruption. This is the Ontario police that's stalking in the path where I'm going, and the people of the state are engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct with them. And this is the entity demonstrating severe mental illness and obsession while they're stalking in a helicopter. This is P.O.C. Okay, and this is license plate monitoring with the police 9CJL171, and so is 711 at 636 North Vine Avenue. This same venue committed kidnapping by the Ontario police at this venue and engaging in the P.O.C. with the Ontario International Airport that is hovering in the sky space. We're in Jason Knighton and Lester Keys. We're engaged in criminal summoning with the people of the state. This is the heavily documented venue. This is P.O.C. and this is impunity by the people. And flying over my head again. Flying over my head again. This is the police that's going to be disbanded, and I've been documenting the Ontario Police Department's criminal engagement and the pattern of conduct with the people of the state all day long. And the criminal activity of the police is the reason for the criminal activity, the lawlessness, and the impunity of the people of the state. They are being disbanded. Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook are going to federal prison. P.O.C. Engaging what is obvious stalking. This is audible activity and light activity and relevant positioning. And this is shared by a population, so they're all pacing. These are the demons with impossible light inside of the Starbucks. When I'm inside of the venue, they're right now pacing all around in engineer light, monitoring with the police that flew over my head again on another night, on another day, engaging that pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. This is the public corruption, and this is demonic activity as well. This is satanic, but this is criminal. You're going to prosecute the city of Ontario using planes and helicopters to engage in targeting. This is criminal monitoring. Each one gang stalking, each one, it's a population. And they're monitoring while I'm walking around, each one in everyone in their homes gang stalking. They're facilitating venues. P.O.C. It is currently 11:04 p.m. where the Ontario police are gang stalking, flying over my head at the 7-Eleven, where the entity is gang stalking. That's the 7-Eleven employee engaging in criminal monitoring while the Ontario police are flying in circles in relevant position in the background. That's who he's monitoring me with. And his communication devices, Title 18, he's putting it in his back pocket. That's alrighty. Just want to make sure I get this license plate. 9NJB865. This is light activity. P.O.C. All right, molesting with impossible light activity while driving by. And doing so, again, license 7AFA653. And this is my shadow at the building. All right, this is impossible light activity. Those demons in the parking lot are stalking in the path with the Ontario police that flies directly over my head. This is impossible light activity. This is the demonic environment where the police are stalking me while they're criminally monitoring, also on communication devices. All of that traffic is pursuant to light activity, to being around me, which is relevant positioning, and audible activity, which includes the use of my voice while I narrate the demons that are stalking in the path, monitoring all around me. This light activity is supernatural, and it has nothing to do with any light that's not going to create your shadow projected onto a building at a distance away from you. The Ontario police are full of demons. State are gang stalking with them, and the Ontario police is being disbanded as surely as you see this unprecedented level of evidence against the police engaging in terrorism in California. This is P.O.C. flying over my P.O.C. And this is them pacing as I'm walking north of Vine Avenue, which I documented on podcast. They were stalking the entire time, maintaining alignment, stalking with helicopter activity while I'm documenting the people of the state on podcast. And the entity at 7-Eleven is pacing all around, monitoring in the engineer light. This is what they're driving in. This is stalking in the engineer light. Where you see me waving, this is impossible light activity. They're driving in it, stalking with helicopter activity in it,
walking in it, and the demon that works at 7-Eleven is making noise, slamming the hose on the ground in it while he's monitoring me. This is the outward demonstration of mental illness. These are psychopaths that are together stalking as a corrupt community. This is public corruption, and it is absolutely satanic. This is a maniacal system of stalking one person together in an environment that is entirely demonic. That demonic environment and this demonic behavior is accomplishing criminal surveillance, and it's also domestic terrorism pursuant to psychological torture, and the Ontario Police is being disbanded. They're flying over my head repeatedly and following me around in the city of Ontario, which I'm documenting again on another night. It is currently 11:07 p.m. This is P.O.C. at 636 North Vine. This is P.O.C. All right, the video you just listened to is the documentation of the light activity where the Ontario Police are flying over my head repeatedly, pacing back and forth. They fly over my head going west, and then they fly back over my head going east, and that's after they flew in circles for about 2 minutes while the demons of the people of the state and the employee at the venue of 7-Eleven are engaging what is pacing in that parking lot, all in engineer light, maintaining light activity, presence, and audible activity, audible noise, which is what the 7-Eleven clerk is doing while he's slamming that hose on the ground. Pay attention when you watch that video because it's the elements of monitoring and these demonic synchronicity as I walk past the vehicle, which is creation of light while that demon is intentionally in a position to go in the reverse. This is light activity on me, and as I walk past that vehicle, the demon slams the hose on the ground. That's that demonic synchronicity. While the demons, the psychopaths of the Ontario Police, are flying in a circle over and over and over again. This is maniacal behavior. These are demons that are acting out their mental illness. Psychopaths that are engaging this ongoing pacing back and forth and around 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 in circles in helicopters. These are the psychopaths that are losing control as I document the demon possessed, which are the people of the state who are engaged in criminal activity on behalf of the Ontario Police, who are surfacing in helicopter as I am walking north up Vine Avenue, and as I'm walking north, I'm documenting a helicopter activity, and then I'm documenting it visually in video, and they commence to flying in circles over and over and over again, while the demons, who are the people of the state, these are demons, demon-possessed people who are engaged in criminal activity, but you need to know that this is demon possession, and they're engaging what is noise creation at that 7-Eleven, and then you will see my large, tall, life-size shadow upright on the wall at a tremendous distance away from me in the dark while I am showing you what they are flying in, the activity creation that they're engaging in, while you see that supernatural light activity. Because standing under light, standing in front of light does not create that light activity with my life-size shadow upright on the wall at a tremendous distance from me. This is a pattern that I'm documenting. While the Ontario Police are stalking me in helicopter last night, they were stalking in helicopter, but particularly that video that I documented, they were stalking by engaging in criminal summoning at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2:31 in the morning in particular, while the same mental illness is exhibited, while they are engaging in criminal summoning, sounding sirens, while they're stalking, creeping around the corners in the dark, waiting to sound sirens with every little move that I make with regard to anything that the demon-possessed psychopaths are triggered by, and then they drive 120 miles per hour down G Street while they're engaging in what is criminal activity. It's just criminal summoning. And that psychopath is exhibiting mental illness in the same way that the Ontario Police are, repeatedly flying in circles over and over again. I have dozens and dozens of videos of the Ontario Police Department stalking me by flying in circles everywhere around me, above me, next, adjacent to me. When you're seeing the engineered environment, the impossible light activity, the fake sun over my head, they are severely mentally sick while they are stalking because they are demon possessed. And this is the criminal surveillance system that is gang stalking, and it's demonic. And this demonic conduct is achieving surveillance, and it is the demonstration, the proof of the closeted mental illness of those that are engaging in this criminal surveillance system. In addition to the ongoing obsessive continuation in the face of it being exposed, it's not a secret anymore. And the Ontario Police, such as Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook are all going to federal prison, and the Ontario Police are still presenting evidence against those demons and the evidence of them gang stalking, I'm capturing it still on a day-to-day basis. This is exactly what they were engaging in. My body of evidence preceded them engaging in kidnapping, and they're so foolish, they're still providing evidence exactly regarding what it is that I'm stating when they're in my presence in that apartment. They're monitoring, they're a corrupt department engaged in gang stalking, and I continuously accumulate. I have 60 additional videos since June 3rd when I was released from kidnapping, and it's the Ontario Police providing evidence against themselves. Those demons on May 29th, they're all going to prison. every single last one. And I have 60 additional videos that I did not even need with regard to what they were doing on the day and what they're always doing, which is stalking and monitoring. They're stalkers. And they're stalkers using helicopters. And they're stupid while they're stalking using helicopters because they gave me 60 videos showing them stalking using helicopters in a very specific environment, in conformity to a pattern of conduct that's consistent, that other police departments like the LAPD have mimicked, and that's beyond a coincidence. I can't make these two police departments fly around me and over my head every day and night and keep a sun over my head and a moon over me at night and multiple shadows standing under a light bulb. That light bulbs don't create multiple shadows like that. I can't control any of that. These are demons that are stalking, and they're going to prison. Their inability to control themselves, they're demonstrating their mental illness to you. This is going to be used to diagnose. They're stalking with this light conduct. They're stalking in a helicopter. You're crawling in a helicopter to come after Erica Lorraine Spencer. You're exhibiting mental illness. Your ongoing engagement of what is flying in a circle over and 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 over again. You're exhibiting mental illness, and you're going to be diagnosed in addition to what is prosecuted. And such mentally ill, uncontrollable, unstable creatures are not remaining in law enforcement either. You're done with law enforcement literally through my documentation. You're being removed from law enforcement. It is currently 11:13 p.m. where the Ontario Police literally engaged in what is following me from up Vine Avenue as I'm documenting the audible activity of helicopter. And what I'm finding at what is Vine Avenue is the demons of the Ontario Police stalking in the distance, which is relevant positioning, while they are maintaining a presence in the path with me and persist in flying in circles in alignment to me, while the people of the state are pacing all around in my immediate environment in engineered light. They're monitoring, and they are maniacal, psychopathic stalkers, obsessed with stalking me, obsessed with it. And this is what they've been engaging in all day long under the fake sun that is on this same day in 2024, remaining over me as a matter of documentation from beginning to the end of the day, up until 6:22 p.m. and after 6:22, in alignment to my bedroom. Well, impossible light that you see on the wall of this 7-Eleven in the dark, the impossible light that they're flying in, flying and making audible activity in, that they're driving in. This is the impossible light activity that's above my head in my bedroom in 2024. Impossible light activity covering my ceiling, which is no product of sunlight. It's called stalking with light while I'm under surveillance in my apartment, in my bedroom, while I'm looking at the fake sun, and at the same time, on the same day this year, I'm looking at it over the OVITT Family Community Library, the parking garage, where it was at 10:38 in the morning. The demons of the Ontario Police, they're being disbanded. And these are psychopaths that completely have become unhinged. They've lost all control. There is absolutely no secrecy with what they intended to engage in and accomplish unbeknownst to anybody else. That has been gone and destroyed, and they're still arriving on my camera as I document them threatening, intimidating, stalking, terrorizing, monitoring, and facilitating it with the people of the state. The Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook, those four demons and many more of the Ontario Police, they're going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison for being terrorists. Gang stalking while you're a part of a corrupt police department in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, and failing miserably. This is an abysmal failure at gang stalking, trying to create the illusion of mental illness of the target individual. They are showing, as clearly as you would be walking in the nude showing your genitalia, they are showing how psychotic, how crazy, how unhinged they are. Their mental illness is flowing all over the place. They have totally failed in creating an illusion of mental illness on the part of the target individual, which is the point. This is the malice behind gang stalking. This is an abysmal failure. And in addition to that, you're going to federal prison. These highly unstable creatures are going to federal prison. It's currently, by the way, 11:16 p.m. And this is the prosecution of a corrupt police department that is highly unintelligent. And this is why you need an education requirement to get into law enforcement. This is why you need to require more than merely getting past the academy, because any unstable psychopath, any sociopath with a violent tendency is able to engage in this public corruption, climbing in helicopters and stalking a woman in the middle of the night. And nobody's holding them accountable because the whole department is full of demons, violent ones, stalking with the community, engaging in psychopathic behavior together. That was a demonic crime scene at the 7-Eleven right now. They're not pacing in and out of, driving in and out of parking spots. Those demons were pacing all around in engineer light, stalking with noise, stalking as I'm going through the neighborhood, and the demons of the Ontario police showing their mental illness in plain view, just flying in circles over and over and over and over and over again in the background, stalking together, psychopaths together. This is the living dead. And their secret condition is no longer a secret. Their secret system is no longer a secret. Their secret obsession is no longer a secret. This is the total implosion of that system. And this is the embarrassing exposure of a bunch of demons that are violent sex offenders obsessing over my vagina and stalking me obsessively all day and all night. All day and all night. No police department is engaging in this conduct, and you will not remain as a police department, since this is what the Ontario police suffers from, this level of instability. It is doing the society a favor to remove them altogether, and that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's going to happen. It is for the betterment of society. It is for the protection of the American people to remove this department from existence. That's exactly what's going to happen. It is currently 11:17 p.m. where I am chronicling the terrorism by a corrupt police department that is all over the internet, stalking a woman, that documented every second of it in order to prosecute and also to create precedent with regard to documenting any other gang stalking city, any other gang stalking state that is necessarily doing it through every level of government in that state. And doing it through, as the Ontario police show, with the people of the state that are inherently engaged in that pattern of conduct. The government cannot do it without the corrupt population who are demon possessed. That light activity that I'm showing you, they know that they're in that engineer light. You're not supposed to know that you're in that engineer light. That's the whole point. You're not supposed to know about it. These are demons, and they're all stalking together. And you're never supposed to be able to prove that. You're supposed to look like somebody that's hallucinating, and these demons look absolutely crazy. That they look absolutely crazy. Gang stalking. And that's exactly what they are, and it's no longer closeted. And this is for the benefit of the American public. You need to know what's out there. They're demons. They're demon-possessed people, and they are criminally monitoring, which is going on in this country. Your privacy is an illusion. And moreover, amongst this system of surveillance that's underway, which is a violation of all of our constitutional rights, the government is doing it with the people, the civilian population in this country, and they engage in targeting American citizens while this surveillance is underway, targeting them together, all knowing who you are, knowing every detail of your life. You don't have any privacy, and they derive pleasure from it. These are the demon-possessed are what are defined as psychopaths. That is what is behind stalking someone in commercial planes like the city of Ontario is, and that is what is behind stalking someone in helicopters like the Ontario police are. Proven. In fact, it is proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they are stalking me literally in helicopters because they are demon-possessed. And they have embarrassed themselves. I have embarrassed them, but they're embarrassing themselves. And their mental illness is it's blinking like a neon billboard, okay? It is flashing like a flashing billboard sign, neon colors, okay? Their mental illness is all over the place. It's hanging out all over the place. And the entity is going to federal prison for kidnapping. This is a psychopathic, maniacal level of mental illness, malicious. Not mental illness such that they don't know. Oh, they know. They're just very unintelligent. They're very silly. They're very not capable. They suffer from an overinflated ego, thinking that there's something that they're not. They're not. You're not intelligent. You're not cunning, crafty, clever. None of that. They're not at all. They are caught red-handed in a whole foolish system. And then they're providing more and more a wealth of evidence that no court is going to doubt. No court. It is currently 11:21 p.m. This is the entity following me in the middle of the night with a bunch of stalkers. I documented their license plates en route to the Stater Brothers Ontario Shopping Village. That's the name of that plaza. The Ontario Shopping Village, back to the TABOR Professional Building, and the Ontario Police stalking the entire time. And then they engage in sounding helicopter activity as I arrived back toward the north end of Vine Avenue. They were gang stalking the entire time. Okay, and I'm documenting the people of the state. They are all sharing and targeting with the Ontario police. They're all sharing and harassing and molesting with Impossible Light. They are all sharing in this maniacal, psychopathic, and threatening behavior of pacing around me while they're exhibiting instability. That instability is a threat to your safety and well-being. A bunch of crazy people stalking you together. That's a threat that the government's going to be prosecuted for. And the police department in the city that are gang stalking, they are being removed altogether. They are highly unstable. They're also corrupt, but their instability, you're totally disqualified from law enforcement. In addition to the fact that you're a bunch of corrupt, gang-stalking, sex-offending stalkers, demon-possessed. It is currently 11:22 p.m. This is the TABOR Professional Building, where I remain, and the people of the state are stalking with Impossible Light. They were all stalking me under a fake sun that remained over the OVITT Family Community Library from 10:38 a.m. until after 6 p.m. These are all demons that are all stalking, and so is the Ontario Police Department. It's a thoroughly laid out pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. Okay, this is the, again, the unintelligent system of what is blatant stalking with planes in a manner that nobody ever thought about. The entity is stalking at a location that is east of where I was located. So when I am more west, and the entity just engaged in what is feigning a takeoff, where they're rising in elevation, as even though there's no terminals over here, and they're miles away from 2900 Airport Road, the entity is hovering over 325 West G Street in order for me to hear plane activity at that volume, which you are necessarily at a low elevation, admittedly far from the terminals in doing so. But I'm west of this location at BONITA at the Ontario Village Shopping Plaza, where the entity was doing the same thing. So the entity is either rising in elevation, or they're flying at a higher elevation and then at the Ontario Village Shopping Plaza lowering at elevation again, or you're engaging in this going up and down. How many times are you taking off with regard to what the entity is doing where I'm at as I document it? The Ontario Village Shopping Center is more west of this location and at a direction where they are rising in elevation, meaning while they're feigning a poor and unpersuasive mimicking of a takeoff at nowhere near the terminals here at 325 West G Street, then that means that you're a higher elevation. So when you get to the Ontario Village Shopping Center, because you don't hear any plane engines anymore, so you're at a higher elevation. But when I'm west of this location, farther than where you are now, rising in elevation, you're engaging in this same conduct at a location west of this address right here. The entity is engaging in what is merely noise creation. It's called audible activity. It's in the environment where I have my shadow are laid out on the ground. It's in the environment where the demon-possessed people of the state that you are always mindful of stalking with light, when they show you that they're demons, you remember that when the entity adds in plane activity and helicopter activity, because the government is engaging in demonic behavior with them, stalking in planes and helicopters. Those demons are psychopaths using planes and helicopters to stalk me, while they're all stalking in a whole circus environment, while they're engaging in what is outwardly demonstrating they're no longer closeted mental illness, while they're all stalking me together as one demon-possessed community. This is the entity engaging what is stalking with commercial planes at 325 West G Street, which is what I'm facing, and the entity was doing the exact same thing while I was at, for example, what's that address? The people of the state gang stalking, 148 Bonita in Ontario, California, at that location, which is west of this location here. The entity is engaging what is maintaining this plane activity as though you're taking off there as well. So never rising in elevation, just cruising through the city with commercial planes, Delta Airlines cruising through the city. Remember, they're flying over Starbucks at 706 West Holt Boulevard as well. Delta Airlines flew right over my head at the entrance of that Starbucks while the fake sun was over the top of my head. And Delta Airlines did the same thing over the Ontario Town Square where I'm standing at the entrance and the fake sun was over my head. And the entity was doing that at 2 different times, by the way. And the entity is engaging in what is the maintaining of this plane activity far from any terminals, and always engaging in what is at that location where I'm at, no matter how far it is from the terminals, no matter how far it is or how much more advanced it is from a previously documented location when you were taking off there. At what point in the city of Ontario are they rising in elevation to no longer be heard and seen? Which planes are doing when they immediately take off from terminals? at airports, not over the residential areas in the city. This is the P.O.C. That's the entity sounding plane activity. They're monitoring with the people of the state. And all the entity does is the amplified plane activity or amplified train activity. It's audible activity. And then the demons are all around me. Just in your mind's eye, you're looking at me. I'm in the center. And all they're doing is pacing all around me. Amplified plane in the sky space above, pacing all around in engineer light. That's gang stalking. That's all they're doing around me. That's it. It's the P.O.C. and it's demonic activity, and it's very psychopathic, very mentally deranged. And this evidence is going to be used to diagnose the gang stalker and to prosecute the gang stalker. P.O.C.
I see Ontario police flying over my head. I'm over here nearest the building. They're flying over me, over my head, nearest the building, very clearly targeting. Flying over my head for the third time tonight. Okay, when I'm across the street over there at the 7-Eleven, flying over my head, flying west, flying over my head again, flying east, flying in circles in relevant position to me. That's a pattern, as they're always engaging what is following me around in helicopters, flying in circles, being very creepy and weird while they're stalking, engaging in what is demonic pacing, and flying over my head again. In the engineered environment, it's a very specific signature of the stalking by the Ontario Police Department. Very specific signature. It's very targeted. They're stalking again. This is video, I believe, number 59, video number 60, 61. You can count it on, and this is, I want to be clear, that I'm talking about since June 3rd. June 3rd, they were flying in circles outside of the Starbucks at 8 o'clock. As soon as I published the podcast of the kidnapping, they were right at it, flying in circles, stalking me outside of the Starbucks. We're at video number, I believe, 60, 61. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded, and this is showing the mental illness of the to-be disbanded Ontario Police. They're unstable, highly unstable psychopaths. They're violent sex offenders, and their stalking conduct is public information. And I'm going to prosecute the kidnappers of the Ontario Police, and I'm going to have the Ontario Police Department disbanded. This is P.O.C. It is currently 11:45 p.m. where the Ontario Police is communicating an unlawful threat while they are stalking me in a helicopter, an unprecedented method of terrorism, while they're also engaged in what is federal stalking. P.O.C.